Okay, hello and welcome back to my Let's Play of Disco Elysium. This is part 12. Probably the final part. I'm not sure if we'll need to go to a 13, but I feel like we're getting near the end of the game here. I think so. I think we just have really loud music here right now, so let me load a save. Yeah, we go. Alright, so load it in. We're done with day 5. Going to sleep. The unchanged linens are only getting greasier and greasier every time you crawl among them. Like some wounded animal, you close your eyes and ask for just some hours of regular sleep, please.
It's easier this time. Drifting off. Your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until they're suddenly light.
This respite, you've earned it, brother. Bask in the darkness. Let it swallow you up and swivel you around while you forget everything you've managed to remember.
Is this the last dream?
No. This is the one before that. We'll just keep cycling it for you if you don't mind. As long as we can. Spin it like black yarn.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
Thank you, darkness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Harry boy. You earned it.
Fall into a deep, uninterrupted sleep.
After centuries of darkness, the alarm rings. But what's this? You actually feel rested. There's no time to cuddle with your pillow, however, or as much as shiver from the cold. The world awaits.
Go. Open your eyes. Alright, day 6, here we are. Have that sabers. Morning. Does anybody have anything new to say here? Probably not, right?
Again.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want?
There's an old catatonic lady in the fish market on the other side of the bay. She needs help. The big man laughs, nearly spitting out his beer. What's that, Copper? You want us to help little old ladies now? You're local law enforcement, aren't you? The lieutenant looks Titus in the eye. Helping troubled civilians should fall under your jurisdiction. Yeah, we'll send someone out. Who is... Wait, it's the pigs, isn't it? Yep, her. He pushes up his cap. God, poor lady. Don't worry, we'll handle this. I think she's got some family in Coron or something. Bastards left her alone when she got sick. We've been getting complaints. Hey, Eugene interjects. Wasn't Everart's B team looking for her the other day? They said something about her. I don't know. Finding something? Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. Titus gives him a beer salute and turns to you. Do you have something of yours, big pig? He had my gun. You're fucking with me. The big man slams his beer on the table. Your gun? She had your fucking gun? Yeah. Sure did, boss. The rat man's face is twisted with a smile. Heard him loud and clear. The pigs lost his gun to the pigs. The big man stares at you, still stunned. Too stunned to even drink his beer. Well, he says after a moment, I guess I can see you got it back. If you have any questions, he waves in circles, still searching for words. What's her name? Her real name? He takes off his cap and scratches his head. Auntie LaPlante. We always called her. Something LaPlante? Marianne, amigo, he says, pouring himself another drink. Marianne LaPlante. The big guy nods, drinking his toast. Anything else you wanted to know? Who was she? Was? Like before? Just an old lady. Her kids moved away years ago. Never come to visit, never took her calls. She gets out every now and then. He swirls his beer. She did right by lots of us when we were kids. Always was a little off, but still. Us kids? That must have been ages ago. She was better then. The children kept her together. How did she get like this? Get wanting to be a cop, you mean? Well, he furrows his brow in thought. Shit, I don't really know. Anyone know why she started to act like a pig? No fucking clue, the tattooed man shouts. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? Someone who wanted to set the world right before it ends. Ever think of that? He blinks. No, I didn't, because I'm not fucking stupid, Polizonte. Yeah, cop, that's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. The pig's level weird. The big man shrugs, but whatever gets you through the day. Where'd she get all her cop gear? Dunno, Titus says, shrugging. She lives by the water. Shit washes up all the time on the beach. Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. We bought it, collected it. Thanks for helping me out with this one, Titus. No problemo, cop man. We take care of our mentally ill here in Martinez. Ain't that right, boys? Sure enough, Eugene raises his glass in toast. We're the real heroes on these streets. I'm gonna take off now. Okay, we also need to talk to Croissants or whatever, the bookstore lady. Plaisance.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Plaisance, I have something to tell you. I found the actual source of doom. What do you mean, the actual source? She clutches her pendant, clearly irritated. Are you here to lecture me about economics again? My investigation has led me to discover a 2mm intraplanetic hole in reality. That's the source of doom, both in the commercial area and in Martinez. A what? Tiny hole in reality. It may be connected with Pale, an origin point of sorts. It would explain why historically so many things have ended in failure here in Martinez. Ma'am, what he's telling is true. We found an intraplanetic anomaly in the small Pinewood Church down the coast. I don't mean to be an alarmist, and more research is needed, but it's not looking good. But that's not in any of the ancient texts. How am I supposed to protect my bookstore from that? You can protect it with hope by refusing to give up. That's what people have done in the past by building a church, a place of worship around this thing. You're right, officer. I mustn't lose faith, especially now that Annette is finally settling into school and making friends. She looks at her daughter, quietly studying in the corner of the shop. No, we can't just leave. Besides, didn't I have some Sealite hope catchers around here somewhere? I must find them. Everything will be alright if I can just find them. Thanks for your help in any case. You're welcome back here anytime. Farewell for now, book peddler. There we go. Yeah, I'd like to see this. I'm starting to Google a couple things now because we're getting to that point in the plot. Try not to get like full spoilers. I just don't want to miss stuff. So now we need to head to the Feld building, and I'm going to either climb that ladder or go in the sewer. One or the other. Supposedly I can ask about this weapon at the pawn shop, but it doesn't actually end there.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Maybe I already did that. Sure. Okay. What skill checks? Drainage pipe. Alright, let me see if I can do the physical instrument skill check. Taking a long time to sort through all this stuff now. Try to pull the door apart. The metal doors are heavy, and the flaking rust hurts your palms, but together with the lieutenant, you manage to slide them open just enough to squeeze in. Good work, the lieutenant nods toward the impenetrable darkness inside. Shall we? Go in. Should take out your flashlight. This overturned table is covered in orange mildew, crawling with some. Collapse nearly sealed the basement. Only one can barely squeeze by. Antiquated office furniture, last century maybe? Brought down and forgotten so long ago. Oh shit, that actually works. I can even do that, so. This must be the way in from the roof. The glass is covered with grime and dust. You can barely see out. Yeah, I bet so. Let me go up this. Stones fall. It's a long way down. Central support beam has been destroyed by artillery fire. The gusts of wind, the height feels dizzying. Old file folders in the cart, documents silvery old. A series of thick, dusty panes of glass. This isn't just glass, these are old computation components. These are computer components? Yes, filament memories from the time when wires were cast in glass. Slides with an inlaid nervous system. How'd they do that, and why? The how was a closely guarded secret, something that was locked in safes and human heads across the river where they were manufactured. As to why, your fingers don't know. Hey Kim, look, old cybernetics. The lieutenant tilts his head, watching the light glimmer on the glass. So it is. I think these used to form a single system slotted in the wall. So this is all that remains of Feld R&D? He nods. The rest of the building seems to have been picked clean. Could this be part of the Feld playback experiment? These? No. These are old filament memories. I hope you're not expecting to find that device here. You will be disappointed. All you will find here is pain. God. In the beam of the flashlight, a crevice in the wall. Oh. Ooh. Revolutionary propaganda on the bunk bed, ancient flyers and brochures. Stale fabrics, smell, and dust. No one slept here in months, maybe years. These plots and plates are full of dust and spiderwebs. Krasmazov portrait. A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurly depicted, gazes at you with sad eyes. A plaque reads, K. Mazov. There's a spiderweb in the lower left corner of the portrait. Brush the dust off the portrait. Years worth of dust is shaken off. The full head of hair, matched by an ample mustache and sideburns, look a bit silly. Someone crouches, heels digging into wet sand. Heels sweep across the sand, grains sticking to the frayed skin of the fingertip. An old man sits on a slab of concrete and taps his fingers against the glass of a scope shutter. Look, Kim, it's Comrade Mazov. Yes, I can see that. Looks like some communists were hiding out here. They left a long time ago. The lieutenant does not seem to share your enthusiasm. A long time ago? How long? Half a century? This was probably part of a network of defense posts the communards built against the amphibious landing. He looks around. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. It would have had radio equipment back then, but that's all been looted. What's with all these secret weapons caches and secret bunkers? We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of as history tends to linger in rundown neighborhoods. Martinez being what it is, no one has gone through the trouble of cleaning out these old bunkers. Maybe I should move in here, seems cozy. I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Could it be connected to the Mazov bust we found in the students' room? Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. Besides, that looked like some student. The youths always go for this kind of stuff. Could someone have stopped through here recently? He looks at the dust. You mean like Ruby? No, I think we stumbled on a piece of history. The same slit window you saw from the outside. Could this have been the killer's hideout and the narrow window, the point of origin of the shot that killed the mercenary? Peek out. Outside the window, the day is clear and as mild as the day as can be in the early spring. Turn to Kim. Could the killer have used this as a hideout? It's a great place to hide, and Mazovianism and murder are certainly not mutually exclusive. But there hasn't been anyone here in ages. Kim, I can't see the whirling in rags. The shot didn't come from here. Indeed, no one could get a clear view. Well, at least we've been thorough. I like thorough. In fact, I think we're done with this bunker. He looks to the exit. After you, officer. Not quite, Kim. There's a thing over here. What does that do? This hat is so soft, so warm, it wraps around your head, and your mind tingles with all manner of socio-economic theory. This is an Ushanka, right? Pat the hat. Kras Mazov would have worn this during this Ushanka. Mazov knew where to cook those thoughts. That's why it bears a Mazovian logo. Glory to the revolution, comrade. Whether you like it or not, wearing this hat has made you more communist. Oh, we've checked the... Okay. That means we've checked the boardwalks. Boot prints in the sand. One of the soles appears more worn than the other. There's something in the air, an unnatural buzzing. Tunnel collapsed. You'll have to find another way around. Getting louder, the buzzing sound. There it is again, like a swarm of hornets buzzing under your scalp, a strange tingling you can almost smell. Lieutenant, do you feel something? No, what do you mean? A pain, a strange tingling. I don't feel it, but he looks ahead, beyond the arch. We should still be careful. There were footprints back there, and I'm pretty sure they were fresh. Hold on, you really don't feel anything? No, but you're the sensitive one. It's not a quib. The situation is dangerous. I saw them too, footprints with the right sole worn smooth. Looks like our suspect. If she's in here, we need to plan our next step carefully. What do you mean? He lowers his voice. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the Wild Pines will do. will set in motion events we have no control over. This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Disturb its peace and it will start breaking down uncontrollably. Keep calm, go over the whole situation in detail. We found out Everart's plan to take the harbor. Maybe we should tell Joyce about it? I'll leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about cross-pollinating information like this. Dangerous, but he just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful. How bad do you think things could get? Well, we're not responsible for what we can't predict, are we? I don't think the entire city will be razed to the ground. He smiles in the dark. If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have done. What do you think is waiting for us there? I think I see a cavern. The lieutenant's whisper echoes down the tunnel. Maybe more cellars? I think we've been careful enough. We still have the element of surprise. I wouldn't be so sure. You haven't exactly been sneaking. Or maybe not. He puts his hand to his holster. Either way, once we go deeper, there will be no turning back. Point of no return. Concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. Oh. Oh shit. What the fuck? Ruby the instigator. Suddenly your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull, a strange pain like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once, but her words are the only ones you can make out.
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you? Not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways. Cover your ears. No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience, way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest. Yell through the static. You're under arrest.
Really now? Check this out.
He turns the dial in her hand. Oh shit. You're overwhelmed with the new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain. Help, Kim. My brain is on fire. The lieutenant clutches his head as his eyes roll back into his skull.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing, it's the ULAN frequency, blasted from that hail emitter Fat Angus mentioned. I saw your equations, it's the ULAN frequency.
Saw my equations? You've been sniffing through my lorry, right? I expected as much. Though I am a bit surprised you knew what you were looking at.
Oh shit, what the fuck? Keep your eyes on Ruby.
The pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pail more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pail. Literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the pail. People lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
He gestures towards something with great effort.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world. At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you might be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking and you just might get an opportunity to break loose. How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
She nods toward her torture device. And she's proud of it too, as she ought to. This is way beyond your abilities.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah, way beyond.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like walking out of a very confusing dream.
This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not cops, and herself merely as prey. Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Damn this.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens. The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking and you'll get through this. How did you know we were coming? I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while. By hiding bullets under floorboards? So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised. Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed. She didn't rat you out, by the way. Isabel, the washerwoman. So nice, she smiles a little smile. That's one knife I didn't want to find in my back. Preparing for the worst? I was, before I caught you in the pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now. That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. He looked at the loaded gun and then cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today. Did you shoot Lily? No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, she hesitates. He would have broken first. He wouldn't have broken first. When I threatened to arrest her, Classier broke. She told me everything. Oh, she smiles sadly. Well, I guess I always knew she was a survivor above all else. Oh, she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me? Your own boys told us you were on the coast. Your first guess wasn't entirely off. Titus and his boys, ma'am, they told us you were on the coast. He pauses, taking it in. Well, fuck. And those guys liked me. I know it. If this is what happens to people whom people like, a dull despair is creeping into her voice. How the fuck do the rest of you get by? Wait, wasn't it you who told me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up. I did, didn't I? And now you've come for me, she scoffs, but fuck them all the same. That did make her forgive them a little. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Like what? She adjusts her grip on her gun. I already told you I didn't do it. A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself. You liked Classier a lot. I consider her a good friend, yeah. But you wanted to be more than just friends. Oh, so that's where you were going with this. You said you wanted to run away with her. That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts, and we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip? The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain. Okay, fine, she rolls her eyes. I was into her. Classier was into me, too, for a time. I know it. We even fooled around once, and yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it. Classier said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here. Wait, Classier said you only kissed. She rolls her eyes again. If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later. Seriously, just move on. Then what happened? She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on. I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on. No ill will there, it wasn't a problem for her. Classier said you got very angry when she started seeing Lely, threatened her. Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy. And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching? Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The Merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer. Are you a girl liker? What the hell, man? She laughs. Yeah, why not? I've gotten much worse. There are other things I ask about. Go ahead, it's your body. Ugh. And mine too, he thinks, but keep on. This must be done. Do you like to hang out on rooftops? Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Classier's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof? The view's pretty bomb too, but, The view's pretty bomb too, but you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah, along with Classier. So what's so great about her antenna? It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival. So you're sure you didn't shoot the Merc from the roof? Yes, I'm sure, she pauses. In fact, the shot couldn't have possibly come from the roof, otherwise we would have heard it downstairs. No one mentioned hearing any shots, and a rifle like the one used would have been loud. She's right. I don't think the shot came from the roof. Yeah, that was always my guess. For that reason. You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry. She shakes her head slowly. So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician. That really comes as a blow to her. No, he didn't. I found my own way in. Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking? A bitter smile. Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her. You're a criminal. I can't trust anything you say. She scoffs. That's your prerogative. You had a financial incentive to kill the Merc. Man, it's to get away from all the murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union. The lieutenant is unable to articulate his question. He deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later. She turns the knob down just a millimeter, then continues. I got lucky being a dispatcher, never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun, she glances at it, has only been used for self-defense against serious scum. There, it's going to be much easier to reach the machine now. But you're threatening us with it. Based on what I've heard about you, you are a serious scum, she responds, holding her gaze. You have a gun. And? Where did you get it? The gun store. What gun store? Trigger Happy Jacks. That doesn't sound like the name of a real store. What did you think? That I'm going to squeal my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal. I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere? Sure don't. A breech loader? No. This is such a wipeout. I can't quite tell. What kind of gun is it? A Natchway 80 front loader, 2-barreled, not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing. That isn't it. Do you collect guns, maybe old rifles? No, they're not practical, break too often. Wince. There's other evidence I want to ask you about. Yeah, evidence. Would you say that Lele was a likable person? I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work. Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do. There's nothing more personal you had against him, perhaps his way with women. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone. Did you feel protective of the Union? Yeah, sure, and I didn't like Wild Pine sitting in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here. She didn't hate him, okay? I have other questions. I'm listening. Do you have an alibi for when Lele was shot? Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for. You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't have even been enough time. Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute leak. Look, fuck you, man. I might have also stopped by the bar. You speak it truth. Our investigation, Wins from Pain, has shown that 15 minutes were just enough time to commit the murder. Wow, now I'm curious. Please explain. Played pinball much? No, not since I was 14 and hanging out at the only diner in Gardan. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why? There are some mysterious pinball machines in some pretty mysterious rooms in the Whirling. Yeah, and probably some ghosts from the time of the Suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries. Wait, Wins from the Pain, what kind of mysteries interest you then? Not murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking. He looks you in the eye impassively, making it clear she's not planning to comment on the matter any further. That's a shame because I happen to be a paranatural detective. Cool, they sent a ghost cop after me. Congratulations. What about elevators? Do you like elevators? The fuck do elevators have to do anything? Do you or don't you? Not particularly. Why not? Why are you so hung up on elevators? Not even, grab your head, quaint old rickety ones? I'm not really into old shit for old shit's sake. God damn it, the lieutenant grabs his head. So, you know she's not an antiques enthusiast, not my jurisdiction, man, but it also doesn't sound like she used that secret route at all. Look, there's a secret way from the ground floor of the Whirling to the roof. Don't know it, but also, she frowned, studying your face. The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs. He has a point there. No one mentioned. The pain stops him from finishing the sentence. That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on them. Okay, let's take a step back. Yeah, where? More questions before doing anything. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him. And there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio. Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez. Police radio? You've been following the case? Who hasn't? He shrugs. You know, I can still see him there, in Classier's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while. What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version. She eyes you warily as though gauging your sincerity. It's okay, we just want to... He struggles to finish the sentence. Alright, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Classia comes in, all pale and shuddering. He sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves, so I grab a seat next to her. Wait, did she also seem high to you? Oh yeah, super. But I didn't think too much of it at first. I'd seen her party hard before. Classier said you knew something was wrong immediately. No, I really didn't. She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. I wouldn't be the first for her. It wouldn't be a first for her, no such luck. She was in some deep shit. She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah. You made it look like he'd been hanged. Classier said you seem to have... Classier found it. Weird you came up with a plan so quickly. What? No. Faking the lynching was her idea. Her idea? Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck. The fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy Boys. Classier knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise. Showerhead, resourceful. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed. Do you think she killed Welly herself? As I keep telling the cops, you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing. But even if this is true, the lieutenant forces himself to finish the sentence. Weren't you worried this lynching might lead to war? He purses her lips. The thought crossed my mind, but the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although, the way things were going. She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. He doesn't want the guilt. She shrugs. Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me. If you didn't kill him, why hide? I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent. What do you mean, La Puta Madre agent? She looks at you quizzically. Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon. His human can opener. Oh shit, we gotta use some help. Through the sudden sharp pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell, and why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded. Who's everyone? How do you know this? Everyone in Jamrock, the cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you? If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too. Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name. Harry Dubois, she replies quickly. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and the funny tie. Agent to La Puta Madre. Did someone mention a fucked up tie? I call bullshit. You're too crazy to be corrupt. So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the take. Criminals make up boogeyman stories about cops all the time. La Puta Madre, I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right? Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both. No, that was a real question. Yeah, sure. He doesn't believe you. I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough. What did you do to this Madre anyway? You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? She pauses. And now I have Harry can opener in my lair. Fucking Titus. She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you, singular or plural? She might know something. Do you know about... Wait, when I came into town, was there anyone with me? Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them, anyway? Who was in this squad? Well, it wasn't the scrawny dude. She nods toward the lieutenant. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either. What else can you tell me? One of the guys seemed chipper. A blonde, on the other hand, the other had a brooding, something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. She narrows her eyes. That sound about right? Satellite Officer Vic Wemar looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer in the know. You can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Gene. Nothing's going to happen today. He responds quietly. Gene takes his blonde wig off. Call Hiddlestam. He can give us a ride. Oh, is that the people in the lobby? I think I know them. They're in Martinez. Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends, unless you have anything pressing to ask me. You know about the bunker next door? The what bunker? The communist hideout back there. Don't know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to... Her voice trails off into white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching. Oh my god. Alright, we're gonna try to destroy the machine. We did it. Doesn't she have a gun? Wouldn't she just shoot me? You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head. It still hurts like hell, but... You're under arrest. She looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles. Ah, fuck it. She puts the barrel of the gun into her mouth. What are you doing? Problem solving, she mutters. Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are... Oh, yes, it is. Convince her to put the gun down. Fuck. You should know the words to say. You've been here yourself, so why is it not coming to you? Because you've been going around pointing a gun at yourself, trying to answer the same question in vain. Her finger squeezes the trigger now. But she doesn't deserve to die like this. No, wait, finally it comes to you. A way to connect with her. I know your pain. I've been let down by women too. Oh! Oof. She flashes you an incredulous grin, then she exhales sharply, shakes her head, and pulls the trigger. You watch as her brains trickle out of her neon hair. Oh god. Fuck. The lieutenant stands, motionless, watching the blood pool in the sand. Get a hold of yourself. He needs your support now, too. What did we just do? Our job. It went really bad, and now we need to clean it up. She died. How can he be so cold? She killed herself. I failed to talk her down. Lieutenant Yefrader Dubois, he intones, control your emotions. We did our job. This wouldn't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. It won't be the worst thing that happens on this case, believe me. You can't let this break you. There is no coming back from this one. God. It will stay with you in nightmares. It's our fault. We're cops. Everything is our fault. If we let it be. He looks around. Okay. Compose yourself. What do we do now? Move on. We clean up. He looks around. This may take days for processing to pick up her body. We need to move it somewhere. He squints into the darkness. That tent there. Yeah, man. Failed. Opponent into endurance, just heal. Dark water trails into the distance. There is no way out. God. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. The plain red tent stands by dispassionately. Look inside. You see a arrowed up sleeping bag and personal belongings. We should put her in the sleeping bag so the rats don't get to her. Okay, let's carry her over here. Damn, man. There she lies, cocooned in the sleeping bag, surrounded by empty cigarette packs, books, half-read magazine. Magazines? You should look through them. Shine your flashlight on the books and magazines. Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover, on another a ghost airship. You also see a collection of Radio Enthusiast magazine. The lieutenant peeks over your shoulder. See anything? Sift through the magazines. Rega Monthly, Journal of Material Science, or Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine. It's a leather notebook. A notebook. Take it. You pocket the worn brown leather journal. He watches by, motion. We should read this immediately, like right now. A thick journal, the cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket. Examine the cover. It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner on the back cover sports an embossed brand name, Eller. This was important to her when it was still hers. Unwind the strap. The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled. Study the handwriting. The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently. Perhaps too confidently. Many phrases and even paragraphs that have been crossed out with tiny corrections scrawled above and in the margins. Flip through the pages. It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections, all dated. We could learn a lot from this. What kind of logistics? Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly not noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, direction. There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish. Professionalism is his coping mechanism. What are the diagrams of? Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor. Sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape. Anything personal? Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also what appear to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions. How far back do the entries go? The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is in. What did she write the day Lely died? Nothing. Nothing on March 4th, March 5th though. Well, that's bound to come back to bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. Except... But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it. Anything about La Puta Madre? The name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell. No mention of La Puta Madre. What about this M he mentions? He points to a page you're staring at. Could this be La Puta Madre? Here, March 9th and March 15th. Read the entry from March 9th first. Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt, to investigate the lynching, but also, I feel it in my gut, to finally put a bullet in my head. While I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break, well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder. Then again, isn't that what I've been doing ever since I got the call? Things played out just as she had feared, except you didn't shoot her. This isn't me. This is not me. I wouldn't do something like that. Maybe it's the old you, or maybe she was just paranoid. No, not even the old you. No one would do. Read the entry from March 12th. Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best, the boys, for example, but experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver, taste the plastic. The entry ends abruptly. What's the most recent entry? Wait, look at the cover again. The thick journal bound in brown leather is full of candor and diagrams. Flip through the pages again. What's the most recent entry? The most recent entry is from today. It reads, when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run, not really my idea of the open road. Man, I wish I was really looking forward to winning. I don't think she killed the mercenary. The lieutenant taps on the page. It looks like she might have been framed. This whole thing was a detour, and a fatal one. Don't get emotional. So she died for nothing? She was in plenty of trouble even without the murder charge. He looks down. Still, it's a nasty business. Damn, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? He looks you straight in the eye for a moment. Lies. No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure. He truly does not believe you are. Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting. His trust is well placed. You aren't. You can feel it. Then who do you think killed the merc? Bossier was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or he stops to think. But no one heard the shot. Maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her. One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask. We should get to it. Horrific necktie. Breton, now is the time. Time for what? Oh, you will see. It feels like the tie is rubbing itself against your chest like a cat in heat. First, the spirits, the blue medicinal spirits. Grab the bottle and uncork it. It is the time to unleash the other world. Wait, right now? A woman just died and you think now is a good time to party? Ratan, life and death are inseparable. There's a party when you're born, a party every year to celebrate that birth, and a party when you're put in the ground. Why shouldn't there be a party when you die? And besides, this isn't even about that. You have no idea what this is about. This is going to be so off the hook. It's going to be off all hooks. Slowly uncork the blue medicinal spirit. The bottle opens with a silent, mysterious hiss. The fumes rising from its mouth are as crisp as the northern wind. Howling somewhere, lashing the boardwalk with brine and rain, an ancient warmth crawls under your skin. Now, Breton, take me off. Take the necktie off. Your fingers manage to undo the oily knot, and the necktie slides off. It looks so frail sitting there in your hand, weighing almost nothing. Now what? Now put me in the bottle. But why? Trust me, just trust me. You and I are going to have so much fun, it should be illegal. I suspect that it might be. Just put me in the bottle, Breton. I'm not gonna let you down. You and I are like the same person. Put the necktie in the bottle. As the necktie slides into the purifying liquid, large stains of grease rise off from it and float to the surface. They quickly dissolve and disappear completely. Cleansed by the blue spirit fire of 98.7% alcohol, the fabric looks almost new again. No longer a disgusting worm of the lower intestine, but a colorful and deadly poisonous reef snake of the Insulindian Ocean. So, what next? The necktie floats in the bluish liquid with almost unearthly grace. Necktie? There is silence. Cork the bottle and put it away. Item gained, spirit bomb. The lieutenant has been observing you quietly all this time. He's struggling to keep silent, but finally seems to give up. I've got to ask. He says, I'll peculiar look in his eyes. What are you doing? In my family, when someone dies, you put a piece of clothing in a bottle as a sign of eternal respect. That makes absolutely no sense. He thinks for a moment, but I guess every family has its own traditions. Let us not linger. We have a great big mess to figure out. He turns to face the road ahead. Be ready, Breton. The fuck? Let's equip this shit. Times are dire. A weapon? Oh, cool. Okay. I wonder, should we talk to Joyce? Maybe let's go see what she has to say.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around like some kind of cross-country law official.
I still have some loose ends to tie up. I guess you do. What's on your mind, officer? Planks creak beneath your weight.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Should we tell her? Maybe not. I don't know.
I'm all out of shit to give, Loincloth. Welcome to the fucking reckoning.
Oh, it's the people. It's the mercenaries.
Put your goddamn gun down.
Oh,
People are
fuck.
gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through, all right?
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, Loincloth shit fuck.
Wow. Felix and Matt Chrisman are fucking bearing down on each other. This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm. Kim, what's going on here? The lieutenant raises his left
This
hand.
is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
The Kept is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Coulter.
You all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street. This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fella?
Peaceful? Nest in your abdominal cavity, like a little wild mouse.
The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
The lieutenant points to the helmeted figure. Yeah, I don't know where this happened. The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there. What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
We're out of time.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Let's walk away for now.
No, we have to step in. This is not going to end well if we don't.
Alright, we gotta do it. Stop, this is the police. Get between them.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backwards. I think he calmed down a bit.
Big fuck!
Is the one word you can make out. It doesn't sound calm. Where the fuck was that guy from? I can see you're drunk.
Oh yeah, welcome to the fucking party. You're probably gonna get killed too. I don't give a shit if you're cops.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. Suddenly, the blue medicinal spirit in your hand seems to have a pulsating glow. It feels enticing somehow. All right, end game. Light me on fire and throw me in his face. What the fuck? Wait, it's a good thing you really... It's a good thing you have an anthropomorphic petrol bomb. It really is, but you have to soften him up first. Present an argument. Even if it comes to a fight, it's a good idea to get under his skin first. I don't know about this getting under his skin. What if he gets under yours? I'm barely keeping your hand from trembling here. No, please. Peace. It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Light the spirit bomb and launch it at him. Who is this? Point to the man. I didn't know you had a third guy. Rudd? Rudd is the killer. The armored woman smiles a vicious smile. Rudd, the killer. Owen Clowen. He doesn't talk much. All of you fucking cunts inside out. The killer. The gunner. He gestures toward himself. The raidist. He nods toward the woman, the killer. He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate. What do you think he does? He kills? Smart loincloth. He stares at you with his watery eyes. He fucks natives up, soldier of apocalypse style. Easy, easy now. Listen, they didn't do it. Yeah, who did then? It was someone else, someone who's not here now. How fucking convenient. He gives you a drunken stare, then puts his hand on the gun. He was shot from a great distance. A sniper did it. You think I'm fucking stupid, cop? There's a dangerous gleam in his eye. What if I just shot one of your pals here right now, huh? He points his gun at Elizabeth. How about the Kipt? Tell me it was a magic fucking sniper one more time. Listen, please. She raises both hands. This cop and his drumhead court-martial won't decide who. Think. Why doesn't he believe me? Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand swaying pointed at her. You move your mouth like a fish gasping for air. No, she wasn't even there. Oh my god. Jesus. He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low tinny ring. The Hardy Boys yell something. The woman grabs her left side. She's down. Her white shirt soaks a blood red around her abdomen. She gasps for air, repeating, I'm okay. Fuck this. The man starts pulling something out from his pocket. Gene. The big man raises his hand. Tend to Lizzie now. Talk about the hanged man. I'm doing this all wrong. Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it. Who are you? Cordy? Sergeant Major Pural Courtenaire. Reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground. He points to the whirling in rags. As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly. Click, click, click. A realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together. His name is Raoul Courtenaire. The dead man's name is Ellis Courtenaire. He's brothers with the deceased. And then he bellows, for killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead. Courtenaire, I know the name. He sways from left to right, inspecting you. Raoul and Ellis Courtenaire. Look at him in the eye. I'm sorry about your brother, Raoul. He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck. And then went to the same military academy and the same unit and the same war. Same fucking mud hut town, too. He looks around and wipes his face with his armored glove. Okay, good. He had blue eyes, didn't he, your brother? He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way. Baby blue, yeah, like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man. It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or, I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths. Been idle. Your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise. I will find his killer. Find his killer. Cop, his killer stands right there. He waves at the men behind you, shitting their pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting them. They didn't. The woman holds onto her side, teeth rattling. Shush, she squints at her. Blood's all gone out. Blood's all gone out now. Not so long ago when the rattle starts. 1 down, girl, 7 to go. This did nothing. You think you were onto something? You just wasted time. Please act. Think of an argument. Alright, here we go. This is an illegal tribunal. Colonel would never sanction this. Who's the commanding officer? Take your pick. Really? None of this seems like it's going to do anything but piss him off. You only have time for one argument. Choose wisely. Just a question. Who's in charge of your unit after the death of your colonel? I am Colonel Major with over 15 years of live combat experience. When my colonel gets hanged by clay monkeys, I lead the platoon on a retaliation strike. But you are the highest ranking of the 3 of you. Nah, I just have the biggest gun, he raps on his armored barrel-like chest. Technically, the other man has the biggest gun, but we're beyond that now. Hold on, what's the highest rank in Colonel? King Reaper, he says without irony. As the leader of this group, reconsider your actions. This does not need to end in bloodshed. You're right, but you see, he pauses and smiled. I want it to end in bloodshed. Okay, it's not much, but he's thinking about something else. And his hand is off the gun. That did something. Now fire. Fuck them up. Do it. The muscles on your back tense up. Where is Clausier? She can explain this. Who the fuck is that? Clausier, the woman upstairs? Where is she? She left, the manager calls down from the balcony. Unarmed, punched, but keeping it together. What do you mean she left? She left. Her room's been cleaned out right before these assholes showed up. We should have arrested her, the lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries. Damn. You can feel how upset he is with himself just for a second, then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment. Hey, Bushman! The veins on the man's neck expand as he yells. Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one. She's gone. Forget about it now. Concentrate on this. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. You think I care what that company cunt thinks? He laughs. It's a hollow laughter. Wild Pines is not going to forgive you for massacring a bunch of innocent people. The man stares at you with bloodshot eyes, a bull ready to charge. He's not listening, but looking for an opening. We're working together. She knew you were out of control. She told me. She's gone, you stupid fuck. He points to the sea. Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you silos. Stay cool, Titus shouts to his men in the background. How is she? I'll be okay. She puts her bloody hand on her heart and starts shaking. She'll be gone soon too. Company bitch is gone. Lely's hunt is gone. Lely's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole? He looks around, tired suddenly. Sad even. Guys, the little guy breaks formation. I'd just get in the way. I don't even have a gun. Oh shit. As he runs to the yard, Titus turns to his men. Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together. They're huddled close in formation. Steel. The rest of them will stay, even if it means dying here with him. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. Yes, so what? Al Ghul is a trick the desert pygmies played on us. Do not succumb to it. Stupid shit. He wipes the sweat from his brow. I know what you're doing, you fuck. It's not gonna work. I'm clear as day. Enough already. What is this? The woman's voice is furious. We didn't come here to fucking chat. Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal. The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth. Let's go for the spirit bomb. Light the spirit bomb and launch it at him. Yes. Time to be a legend. With a clash of shattering glass and a terrible roar, the fire draws in oxygen. The bomb hits the mercenary in the chest, swallowing him in flames as he staggers backward. Beautiful necktie. In the fiery inferno, you see your tie coiling around the man's neck. It is no longer horrific, but beautiful and pure. I only ever wanted to have fun, Harry. It calls out to you one last time. Wait, I didn't even know your name. My name, should you know it, is Jupson as men's fashion model colorful tie, catalog number J27. Oh my god, what the fuck? I have to take a screenshot of that. I know so little about you. How did we meet? One day a sad man walked into a clothing store. He looked really down, like he hadn't had fun in years. He needed someone to show him how to rock and roll again. Dobson as catalog gnome J327 shown on the tie rack, trying to get his attention. The sad man picked it up and put it on. He looked at himself in the mirror, didn't smile. Nothing will ever heal me, but at least I'll have a funny tie. And the rest of that and from that moment on, we rode together. The rest of your clothes were still normal back then, but we took care of that soon enough. Did we have any fun? Truthfully, not a lot. I did everything a multi-pattern necktie can do to help a man. I mean, I tried to get you to do all the fun things. Drink beer, drink wine, drink cider, go to parties with young people around. Go to parties with young people around and drink beer and cider. Do drugs too, so you don't fall asleep. You had some fun, but not enough to heal you. What's wrong with me? Your heart is broken, Bratushka. It cannot be mended. Believe me, I've tried. Am I going to stay like this forever? No, you're going to be mowed down by gunfire from the 2 remaining mercs. So no, not forever. Oh, Jesus. Who broke my heart? You did, Breton. Deep down, you know it was the both of you. No, it was her mostly. Don't lie to him, Necktie. What's going on with that guy? This guy? Well, his face cracked open into a scream of terror. It looks like he's performing some sort of shamanistic dance that requires you to be on fire? Yeah, his body contorts in a very disturbing manner. There's no mincing words with this one. He's dying a horrible, painful death as you're talking to your tie in your head. May he find peace by his stepbrother. It's good to see you still have the capacity for compassion, my friend. Deep down, you were a good man. Goodbye, Necktie. See you on the other side. The necktie disintegrates into molten heat. its last remaining embers letting out a pop and crack that sounds like, "Harry, for God's sake, watch out." Oh, shit. To your right, the killer raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His moves are steady, but the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly. Okay, we're gonna try it. Reaction speed. Dodge the shot. Fuck. Damn, the shot rings out and you stumble. Something violently tugs at your shoulder, pushing you backwards with incredible force. A volcano of burning pain erupts from your left shoulder. The pain flows over your entire body like an awful shock. A grim knowing rises from within. Half your body must be gone. The lieutenant aims, face pale. Without tremble, he mutters, "God, please." Then two shots... Jesus. Then two shots ring out. Ring at once, and you hear a scream, but you're too hurt to see who got hit. Who screamed? Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes from them like red geysers. Shit. Oh God, watch out. You see two crazed eyes stare at you. Through the burning meat and the flames, with his face boiling off, the man raises his pistol at you, then squeezes the trigger. Look the burning man in the eye. The look of vengeance, framed by melting skin. This will be the last thing he will do on Earth, but he will do it. He will end you. Here it comes, death. What happens? Okay. Evade the shot. Jesus. You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it. Listen through the darkness and the pain. The Hardy Boys are screaming, fighting, dying. Someone jumps over you. Nearby gunfire shatters glass. Stop! The cop! Protect the cop! He's down! Touch your lower body. Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got. What parts of me are missing? Most of what's down there. Oh God. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just fear. Even if, who cares? No one wants you anyway. Try to open your eyes. What do I see? Nothing. Jesus. A persisting darkness, dancing lights of pain, distant shadows cast by them like a hellish play. Out of it, a silhouette appears, crouching over you. You hear a familiar voice filled with urgency and fear. You're bleeding out! Him, I lied about not remembering who I am. I made it up. I remember everything. Stay with me. You feel burning hot tears streaming from your eyes. I'm a fucking failure and the love of my life left me. Yes, keep talking. The lieutenant pushes down on your wound hard. You hear me? Stay awake. But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant, and the cold comes over you. Him, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly, sense something behind him. A slender white shadow, towering. Someone stands there, raising her pistol at him. The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. No, Kim. I failed that too! Holy shit! Jesus Christ! How unlucky can I get? Shoot. Dead. You hear your bloody lips mumble. You try to give him your gun so he'd understand, but he does not. He does not look into your eyes and see the fear there. He just shakes his head, still crouched over you. You hear a distant gunshot, velvety smooth. A red circle has appeared on Kim's jacket. It's growing fast. Like a pillow, he falls on you. Old nylon and blood slumped on you as the lights go out. All the lights. The last thing you hear is the sound of his spectacles landing on the pavement next to you. All into total darkness.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back into the fight. Let me save Kim.
Kim, there is no Kim. There is no fight. It's over. It was.
Have mercy on yourself. Take the door.
He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh, God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead.
Man, this is a
Over
bummer.
the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep, and rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth, drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his womb sleep.
You can't go, not before the case is solved. There was a radio in the distance, a radio of the world, playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Ours turn today. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call. It was him. He is the infernal engine. He never stops. He only gets worse.
Whoa. You see Kuno's familiar shape in the foam pan. It turns double, then triple from the pain. He says,
Coinslot's dead.
You can barely hear him. The pain is so bad. Wait, what?
Just kidding, Pico. The boo-boo wagon took the Beano cloud away. He's probably gonna live.
A what? Where did they take him?
To the hospital, fucktard. Try to keep up with Kuno.
He glares at you with something akin to respect. Thank God, okay, he's alive.
They say you burned half the city down. Thousands dead. That's very cool to Kuno. I thought I'd stick around.
He's saying I now, not calling you a blank or a pig. Is he ill or something? This is not going well. Hold on, there's something different about you, Kuno.
Nah. Kuno's just off speed for a few days.
There's a melancholy look in his eyes.
Being off speed makes Kuno sad. Makes Kuno think about shit.
He makes vague gestures around his head with his... Go away, Kuno. Let me die in peace.
Now's not the time to shit the bed, pig. Come on, Bacon Man. Kuno's gonna help you hold your shit in.
Sounds like he's alright after all. You said thousands are dead? Yeah, it was a fucking massacre, Kuno says with a wide grin. You and Kuno are the only ones left here. Relax, the kid is just messing with you. You didn't actually get thousands. What happened to me? You tore some shit up there, pig. Kuno is looking at you like a tamed wolf would look at his master, like an equal. Got shot, too. How badly am I hurt? How would Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking doctor. He looks at you like an idiot. Then his expression mellows. Kuno thinks you got shot twice, in the shoulder and in the leg. The leg's pretty fucking nasty, but a doctor looked you over and took the bullet out. The shoulder's fine, probably. The doc didn't seem too worried about it, said the bullet went right through. Can I walk? Are your legs still... are your legs attached to Kuno? Can the Kuno move your legs? The fuck should I know? You can walk, if it's possible, then by pure willpower alone. You're a psycho locomotor. Has anyone from my station been to see me? You keep asking all this weird shit from Kuno that Kuno has no way of knowing about. Do you know who treated me, Kuno? Kuno did. You said there was a doctor who removed the bullet from my leg. Yeah, some cunt from your station came over and knife fucked you when you were sleeping. Nix Fucklieb, I think he was called. He says, trying to remember the situation, said he was a doctor, then fucked off and told me to phone him. Shit yourself. Nix Gottlieb, the station medic, throws a bag containing a small bullet into the medical waste disposer. Then he pops some caramel candy into his mouth and says, "Next." There's a line behind his door. We're detecting dramamine in your bloodstream. It's a potent morphine-based painkiller. The good doctor must have given you some. It's gonna suck when it wears off. Are you hurt? Why in the name of fuck would Kuno be hurt? Kid rolls his eyes at you. Kuno's fucking smart. Kuno wasn't in that fuck pile. Kuno knows when shit goes south, unlike you. I'm a psycho locomotor, Kuno. Kuno lets out a whistle. That's pretty cool to Kuno. Kuno's also a psycho. Get up slowly. Wow, this is nuts. Go easy, pig. You want to lean on the Kuno or something? Ouch, ouch. Kid turns double for a second. Damn, that hurts. Breathe. So how is it? Kuno observes you getting on your feet and says nothing. Still, you see something akin to respect in his eyes. What happened to my room? Baby Beard was in here. Was probably a bitch to clean this shit up. This seems to please him. You mean Garte? Yeah, fucking Baby Beard. Cleaned all your shit up. He's like your fucking mom now or something. How long was I out? 2 days, he says indifferently. Kuno's been out longer, sleeping off a speed train. 2 days is nothing. He looks at you in the eye and repeats, 2 days is nothing to the Kuno. What happened to the others? Some of the Union goons got fucked, he says, pointing at the door. Now the whole harbor is in lockdown. Even Kuno couldn't get in there. Do you know Classier, the blonde next door, is really gone? Yeah, she's way gone, pig. Kuno's been here for 2 days, and Baby Beard and you are the only fucks in the building. Of course she's really gone. What did you think? Did Elizabeth, the gardener, survive? No. The kid suddenly looks very young and small. She was dead when the Union doctor arrived. Kuno saw them put her in a bag. Tough he may be, but this image left a mark. That bag's on you. You could have done something, but you just stood there. Fuck. Was nothing. He tries to shake off the image. Kuno's gonna go in a bag too. We all are. Do you know if Joyce, the company lady with the boat, is alright? Rich bitch? Yeah, probably. Boat's gone. Kuno would be fucking fine too if Kuno had a boat. Is Titus alright? The big fuckhole? There's a flash of respect in his freckled face. Yeah, he's drinking downstairs. Kuno's not into it. The whole harbor is in lockdown? Yeah, that's what Kuno said. No one goes in or out. Shit's paranoid now. Thanks for telling me, Kuno. Conclude. No problem. Kuno shares the info. What do you think I should do now, Kuno? The fuck you asking Kuno for? He seems annoyed somehow. How would Kuno know? Kuno's fucking 12. But I don't know either. Tough shit, pig. He crosses his arms. All Kuno knows is the harbor is in lockdown. Town's fucked now. Half the hardy bitches are dead, and even your company bitch left. Kuno thinks you're fucked, he concludes with a solemn nod, but I can help you. What you got? Bounce that shit off Kuno. Let's do this tango, pig. Let's do this tango, pig, he thinks. Detective Pig and Detective Coon on the case. We bouncing. Coon and Pig? And you're picking him up with your cop frequency too. This is bad. There's a 28% possibility the victim was shot from a distance. Yeah, that sounds real to Kuno. Forensic shit. True crime shit. The kid punches his palm. Let's check out some crime scenes and assess shit. Pig style. Anything else? He's genuinely impressed, but that's mostly to do with how scientific that percentage sounded. The fucking May bells, Kuno. The flowers. Yeah, what bells? They were on the roof. I did not catch them. Fucking Butterfingers. Oh shit, that was way long ago. That skill check I failed. Fuck, Pig. He looks at you with a worried glance. Kuno doesn't know what this flower shit. Kuno's not feeling it. He's wrong. What does he even know? No, Kuno, somehow this is connected to the case. Sure, Pig, sure. He shakes his head. You had better have more than some fucking roses if you want to bust this. There were some footprints in the dust in the room behind Classier's. There are fucking footprints everywhere, Pig. Pigs are too into this footprint shit. He shakes his head. Kuno just saw footprints outside on the sidewalk. The miracle hasn't happened yet. It's not over yet. Miracle? Shit. What is this weak shit? You gotta watch your own back. Miracles don't fucking happen in Martinez. Get real. Thanks for your help, Kuno. Shit in nothing to Kuno, he says with a nod. What now? I don't know, but I won't give up, Kuno. Will Pig, he nods. You ready to walk, Will Pig? I'm ready, Kuno. Conclude. So listen, Pig. The kid seems hesitant suddenly. Kuno's been thinking about shit, and Kuno's coming with you. Help you wrap this shit up, final style. Asking for something, even asking to come along doesn't seem easy. Why do you want to come with me? This scene is dead, he gestures towards the window. Kuno's out of here. Might as well be a pig. Big up fucky fingers on my way out. Big up fucky fingers. He is a free thinker. Beyond the box. Can't argue with that. Look at him. Life hasn't been easy on him. You want to drag him along and put him through more shit? Your shit? Look, this might be his only way out. This is a 12-year-old kid. You can't seriously be considering taking him along. What's going to happen to him? Alright, saddle up. Accept the Kuno. Accepted the Kuno like a motherfucker. He nods respectfully. What are we going to do now? Now? As to what's going to happen next. Yeah, debrief Kuno. Let Kuno know the plan. The kid rubs his hands together. A gust of wind blows in from the bay. The duraluminum box around you vibrates imperceptibly. A familiar cold, a red thread on the roof upstairs. Taut. Plucked like a string by the gust. We should check Miss Katerzine Alassi's. That's Classier, right? Bitch next door? Kuno's thinking the same thing, he agrees. Let's rock it, Pigman. The bed still smells of your sweat and blood. See a gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. Look, the door is open. You can walk into Kim's room. So run. Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speed. Newly replaced glass shining in the morning light. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. The alarm is set for 6:50 a.m. So he was always getting up 40 minutes before me. Half-finished paperwork. These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half-finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases. Look, Kuno, Lieutenant Kitsuragi's notes. The boy picks up the notes and shuffles through some of the case names. The child, Dom's Unfinished 2, the man with the hole in his head, boring ass shit, he concludes. Oh, motorcycle emptiness. That's a cool case. Kuno can solve that shit for the bino. Don't call him a bino. The boy hesitates for a moment, then nods. No one tells Kuno what to call something, but the bino was alright in Kuno's book. Taps his chest solemnly. Kuno's pig. What has he written on this case? Very little. This is a daily write-up. He's just started copying notes from his notebook, preparing them for filing. The case appears to be named, however. What is the name? KK 5708030815. The Furies are at home in the mirror. 28 kilometers to the northeast, in the infirmary of Precinct 57, Lieutenant Kim Pinball Kitsuragi rests under a heart monitor. Triage sign, colored yellow, hangs from his injury record. Safe, it means. He coughs, propped up against the pillow. Why are you here? Asks the man as the cough fit resides. His eyes are black and moist. To inquire about the Lieutenant you freighter, sir. I am his partner, says Satellite Officer Jean Viquemare, standing in the doorway. Then why are you wasting your time here? Coughs Kim. He's out there in Martinez, unsupervised, without cover. You need to get there. His cough gets the best of him. He grabs a glass. On his right side, a little blue notebook open at the case note. He went with the Furies. Perhaps the internal strife it implies was not so off after all. Or perhaps to honor your wishes, or for some other reason. Hard to say. What about the other cases? What do we have here? Anything more? Close the notes.
Talk to Kuno.
I've had these weird shakes recently, and something like visions sound familiar? Totally, Pig. Kuno's in the same shit every time he's coming off speed. His tone gets parental. You need to medicate that shit. No, it's more than that. It's like the city is speaking to me. Kuno's not into that hallucinogenics shit. That's for pussies. No, I don't think it's actually drug-related. If you want to take a real blasto, go down to the coast to the old church where the speed freaks hang. Tell them Kuno sent you. They'll know what it means. Kuno, I have a couple questions about Martinez. Oh god. Shoot, he says with a nod. Kuno knows that shithole better than anyone. What are your thoughts on the strike? He looks confused. Well, you know, Pig, shit's fucked, and like, Kuno's got no time for this small-time shit. Kuno's got enterprises to run. Apparently he has never formed an opinion on the matter and isn't going to do so on the fly either. Small-time shit, got it. The kid nods, obviously relieved. What's going on with the traffic jam? What do you mean, what's going on? This is good shit. He seems surprised. You wouldn't believe the crap Kuno's getting from the trucks. What have you gotten there? Oh, pig. A clever smile runs across his face. Kuno's done with that shit. Kuno's a pig now, living the pig life. That Reaver shit's behind him. Whose statue is on the roundabout? It's Kuno's, he says without a pause or hesitation. I'm pretty sure it's of Philippe III, the Squanderer, the greatest of Philippian kings of Revachol. If you know that history buff shit, then why are you fucking Kuno with this? He shrugs. Kuno's a pig now. He has more important shit on his mind. Pig shit. This is hilarious. What do you know about the village southwest across the canal? Kuno used to hang there sometimes. It's a real shithole. Everyone is old or a fucking drunk or dead except what? Except nothing, he shrugs. That shit is behind Kuno. Keep your nose out of it. You know who isn't old, drunk, or dead? Lillian. Lillian is nice, though. She's okay. The kid suddenly speaks with a high-pitched squeak. I mean, with all the fucking drunks and relics around, she's like the only one who isn't a walking shithole. She's okay. Sounds like the kid has a soft spot for Lillian. Anything you can tell me about the boardwalk with the ruins and the fish market? Cool place. Lots of shit to do there. You ever been inside the ruined building? Kuno's been everywhere, pig. Yeah, what's in there? Kuno ain't spoiling this shit for you. He gives you something akin to a wink. You gotta climb in there yourself and check it out. The kid is admitting falsehood, sire. He just doesn't know. There seems to be a sea fort in the bay. Do you know anything about it? Yeah, pig, yeah. He scratches his head. It's a sea fort. It's for defense, pig. Don't bore Kuno with this historic shit. This is the extent of the boy's knowledge. Have you ever been there? Yeah, he fidgets uncomfortably. Of course Kuno's been there, but it was a long time ago and I was fucked. Been on the train for fucking days. Can't remember shit. The train, speed train, amphetamine express. Thanks, Kuno, but enough about Martinet. Sure thing, pig, he nods. What now? Where is Kuno S? Kuno doesn't want to talk about this shit. There's a moment of thoughtful silence. He almost looks behind him. That is a look of a man who knows he'll be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. That toxic shit's behind Kuno now. What happened to your art thing? Locust City, he swallows. Kuno dropped that art shit because Kuno's fucking poor and has shit for brains. Truly rare moment of self-pity. You better not make Kuno fucking cry about his art shit, okay? Change the subject. Kuno doesn't do that shit no more. Fuck that shit. Fuck everything. Let's move. Okay. This is getting crazy. Can't go out this door. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you don't run, it'll be okay. I should not do that. If that's actually hurt. Looks like she's left something on the table. Classier's note. Next to the stacks of pillows, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. See you at the return. P.S. I didn't kill him. E.P.S. Gift upstairs. A gift, huh? The kid turns to the staircase. That's fucking suspicious to Kuno. Seems she left in a hurry. Yeah. He looks around. Fugitive on the run shit. Kuno's seen this shit before. What could this gift be? A trap, probably. He nods confidently. But don't sweat it. You got Kuno spotting you. Let's go in. Relax. Not everyone wants to trap you. I don't know how much more of this game I have left, honestly. The medicine cabinet is empty, not even a toothbrush. Pity. I was kind of hoping the gift would be in here. Nah, pig. The kid looks around like a young wolf. That'd be too easy. Let's keep looking. You really cleaned this out. Smart chick. The kid nods. Kuno never leaves shit behind either. Kuno's a pro. Cabinet. Alright, let's see. A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the roof. Oh fuck, is it like bullet trajectory? You see this shape of two neon lit shapes. Oh no, the kid gets excited. Kuno knows this shit. Ballistic shit. Science radio shit. Shows where the shot came from. Where does the red thread lead? It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. The island on the bay. Classier trying to tell us the shot came from the islet? Pig, the kid looks at you with something akin to admiration. You're really fucking onto something. There are ruins on that islet. Sunken sea fort. I saw it in the coin-operated viewer. Yeah, Kuno's seen that shit. Crazy shit. Ain't nothing to Kuno, but lots of places to hide there. How did she know to do this? Know how to do this. Kuno's got no fucking clue. He looks at you. You need to pig this shit, cop style. This is also the only point of origin I haven't ruled out yet. Bullshit, Sub-Zero shit. Kuno's listening. You got his attention. A nod of approval then. So what's next? Looks like we need to go to the island. The wind blows from the open window. The boy squints, looks into the cold distance across the water. I'm going to the island. Are you in? Fuck yeah, I'm in. He spits on the floor. How are you gonna get to the island? Kuno has his ways, but that ain't for your old fat ass. Maybe someone in the fishing village can help? There's this lady in the village. She pauses, then mumbles. Yeah, there are boats there. You go do shit there. You'll get one on the coast. Link. Oh, we're on the next Monday. Interesting. Oh, man. That one's canceled. That must mean that we, yeah. I wonder how different this can play out. I need to, like, watch somebody else's. Crazy it can get. That's pretty awesome. The thread is tied to the antenna. Alright.
Oh, you're up. It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
Fucking cleaned it. Dancing around in his maid uniform.
Huh? I did, thank you. Big improvement. You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment clientele from gunfire. I give credit where credit is due, and that was a crazy move, crazy effective. Petroleum bomb, I've never seen anything like that. I was there until it struck him. Crawled inside then. Bullets started flying. Anyway, he clears his throat. He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say. I hope you at least, I hope your partner is recovering quickly. Your type. Also, he raises his finger. You're staying here for free now. That's right. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free. The drinks are not, he adds. Just felt I needed to specify. Where did everyone go? Oh, you know. He looks around at the empty place. People don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business. What happened to the man with sunglasses? He shakes his head. I don't remember everyone who comes here, and many people wear sunglasses inside lately. Must be a fad. Okay, so I have to mention, when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony. Yeah, I was, yeah. He nods, trying to remain aloof. That's because I'm a badass. It really took courage. Don't pick at him. Just nods stoically. He nods back at you even more stoically. Just two badass men nodding stoically. Make that 3. Kuno is nodding too, hands crossed. Alright, thanks. No problem. He looks around the empty establishment. They'll come back. They always do. Goodbye. Crazy. I don't know if I got like the worst possible scenario, but I feel like I kind of did. Seeing you approach, the bruised man raises his beer in welcome.
Careful. Looks like we got a situation here. Those guys are what Kuno calls the army. They think they're a big deal around here.
He really hates the Hardy Boys. Laying off speed for a few days hasn't changed that. Titus ignoring him doesn't help.
Crazy motherfucker. Didn't think you had that fury in you, but I guess I've misjudged a lot of people lately. There I was, thinking, where are we gonna find a tin opener large enough for those cans? Then Copo Loco shows up and just sets a man on fire. Impressive shit, Copper. None of us would be breathing right now if it wasn't for... I guess what I'm trying to say here is thank you.
Situation diffused.
Titus's hand is covered in bruises and half plastered. Still, this hulking lump of man is glad to be alive. No need to thank me, just doing my job. Well, cheers anyway, Copper. He raises his whiskey bottle and salutes. I'm sorry about the people you lost. His bruised face stiffens. Theo was old. I think he'd be pretty happy with the way he went. Never could imagine him withering away on a sickbed. But Lizzie and Angus, he gulps. They were just stupid kids. Didn't realize the shit they got into before it was too late. I feel responsible for both. For all of them, really. Here it comes. The last one is the worst one. He only deals with it by drinking copious amounts of 8% beer. And Glenn was my friend. Best I've ever had. I love that crazy homo like my own brother. Takes a sip of his beer. We're all fucked without him, but what do you do? This job is shit. We're born in this world to die, it seems. Maybe there's redemption in that. At least it ends one day. Man, getting shot has really squeezed all the funk out of you. That guy looks up from his table. Mark my words, one day we'll look back to this day and remember their courage, not their deaths. Right, he takes another sip, but today ain't that day yet, is it? What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now? I guess I'll take a closer look at our union members. There's bound to be some ambitious fellows there who love nothing more than advancing social democracy by busting some heads. Might even ask Tibbs if he's tired of replacing windows. And maybe he wants to have some fun with his brother. He pauses. Anyway, don't you worry. As long as Titus Hardy's standing, there will be Hardy Boys. Do you know what happened to Clausier? I don't know, don't care. I'll be glad if I never see that fucking woman again. Even after all that hell, he's still bitter about her. Titus, after all we've been through, level with me. Really liked her, didn't you? Nope. He did. Same here, man. He shrugs and tries to look uninterested. Any idea what I should do now? Judging by the sight of you, he looks at your bandages. I'd suggest crawling into bed with a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a big tit in the other. Yeah, go play Monica and visit go pay Monica a visit at Jamrock. She's got a knack for making men forget about their work. Biggest pair of milkers in all of Red. Or go pay your partner a visit in the hospital. I hear he got shot up pretty bad. We don't have time for that grief shit, the kid says, suddenly interjects. Hoon and Pig are gunning it. We got a case to solve. Hoon and what the fuck now? He stares at Kuna, scratching his head. Easy E, let the kid be. This is a day of mourning, and I don't want it turned into a joke. You chasing the kid around, the kid calling you a blank. We don't need it. Right, the man sips on his milk. Kuno keeps silent too. Fuck it, let them have their day, Kuno thinks. Doesn't have to be a joke. Kuno was just saying we need to solve shit. So long, fellas. Be good so I don't have to come back here again. You look after yourself now, Copper, he says with a warm smile. Death passed on you today, but men don't get that lucky twice. Papo Loco. He says, he looks at you and nods. Good luck in Jamrock. Scars make the best tattoos, they say. Thanks for getting involved, man. Not a lot of cops would step in that line of fire, but you did. And if you ever feel the uniform is holding you back, I've got a few vacancies. You'd make one Hardy boy, Copper. And Titus Hardy himself would make a good officer. That man was born to lead. The RCM could really use a man like you, Titus. Think about it. I will, Capo. That's a promise. He puts his can down. Now scoot, because the Hardy boys got some mourning and drinking to do. My thoughts. Cleaning out the rooms. What if you didn't lose your memory? What if something in Martinez came and stored it all away for you to slowly open one box at a time so you can choose which parts to keep? Keep almost none of it. Only the flowers on the windowsill. Only the distant sound of a radio. Lose all the actors and the dark shadows. Leave only the light, the still lives, like the blissful distant wash of waves. If everybody knew, you never did. She'll be coming soon, that is all.
Hey, it's you again. I've been thinking about it, and you know what? We're both cops. This city is big enough for 2 cops.
Wait.
Hey, it's you again.
Okay, I don't know why.
I've been thinking about it.
Alright. I guess let's try to get to this island. Kuno's gonna scram now. He rubs his hands together. Can't be seen with pigs. Can't... Wait, what? Can't shit on Kuno's good name. So yeah, see you on the Seaford Island. Try not to get shot or drunk again. Kuno's counting on your ass. Kuno will rejoin your party later. Okay. What the fuck? I guess so that's so that they didn't have to write every conceivable line with Kuno. Bonjour de... One day I will return to your side. The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Skull. Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece. The red dyed fuel oil glistens. This was painted very recently. The return. Does this have anything to do with the return of Katarzyne Alassier waiting for? Of what and to whom you think, spoken as though something that will one day return, or as that the someone who's waiting, the return to her side, the return of light. I smell heavy fuel oil and blood. Some of it may even be yours. Looks like a giant mop was used to turn it into lettering. Heavy fuel oil. Is that flammable? Good. Set the graffito on fire with a lit cigarette. Whoa. The fuel oil catches fire immediately with an ominous hiss. A bright orange flash across the surface of the letters. Black smoke rises from the burning message. What if the words are not directed at the people of Martinez or even the coalition aerostatics above the city? They're meant for something above even those. Disco Elysium. The flames warm your face, then a gust of cold wind and the fire falters. It's time to go to the island. Slowly the flames subside, the fuel burning out. The air still smells of mazout. Springtime. That was cool. Let me talk to this boy.
Mon Dieu, you set it on fire. What kind of policeman are you?
The herald of the apocalypse. Apocalypse, he backs away, visibly worried. I don't know what this means, officer. I'm sorry, but thank you. I'm here to cooperate any way I can. Bye for now. Tremble. The time is now. Oh, is this how you get the thought about being an apocalyptic cop? What time? Time for the show, for the hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream. What's that? Wait, what? When did this countdown begin? Monday morning, the moment you arrived in this reality. You are the first crack in a sheer face of God. From you it will spread. This is because of the insane world ending I've been saying, isn't it? Yes, you spoke those words of the words of the Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself. Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping mechanism? It's totally also a coping mechanism. I'm a little afraid. So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet and in the far plain. Perhaps just a thought. This has something to do with the hangover? Sure. I do think the world might end soon. Opt in. Cop of the apocalypse. The face of the woman fractures. There will be herd killing. We all become vapor. Not really sure if I'm allowed to run or not, like how serious that is. Alright, let's do this. I'm gonna save and then try it. Wonder if it'll just hurt me if I do it for... It'll do damage. Seems fine.
Officer Harry, you're wounded. Why are you wounded? You look terrible.
You're not limping, you're you. I wanted to talk to you about something else, your boat.
Is this from the shooting in town? Weird gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
I also got shot in the chest. Point to your chest.
That's nothing to brag about, officer.
You should see the other guys. They're all dead.
So you're a killer. That's good, I guess. I guess. Better than being dead.
I'm not a killer. I'm a cop.
Aye, I guess you are. I understand. That's how it goes.
I have a question for you.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
I need to get to that island. Point to it. That won't be a problem. It's wind still. And the tar just dried. She points to her skiff next to the jetty. We got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead. What's on that island? I saw some kind of ruins through the binocular. Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits but in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it. Hasn't been there herself. Who has then? Did you haven't been there yourself? Who has then, if not you? My husband used to drink there, him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know, my mother told me. He looks around. The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts. I tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such. Which kids? The twins. She points to the 2 kids playing on the concrete yard. God forbid they bring the girl along some rickety barge. Is there anything I should know about getting there? Well, most of it's sunken underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful. Be sure to enter from the south side. Water's deep there. Aye, aye, Captain. Can I borrow your boat? If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow. And no drinking on the boat. Her eyes narrow. And no joyriding either. Nod along attentively. The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes as she smiles at you. Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then. He nods. Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? I just filled her up, but it's a small tank. Seeing you. Alright, let's talk to her kids. Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right? On that island, the one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay. Yes, that one. I need to know what's there. That's, nothing? The boy pauses to think with his finger in his mouth. It's just a sea fort and some plants. You can't take a raft there. It's great. You can take a raft there. It's great. And the other one butts in. We make a fire. We make a fire. His brother nods. Gather the sticks for the fire and bullets, or not real bullets, empty bullets. What then? There are lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out. They must mean a human being on that island, but it's cut off. Someone lives on that island? No, the boy answers, shaking his head vehemently. His brother looks at him, and then at you. Yes, he replies. Why is he the fire guy? Because, the boy pauses to think. Because he asks us to put the fire out, the other explains. What does he ask you? Why does he ask you to put the fire out? I don't know. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes, the other one adds laconically, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier. You mentioned something about lights. One of them, it's hard to know which one now starts. I don't know. Is there anything else you can tell me about this guy? Age? Does he live there? No, he doesn't live there, I don't think. No, he lives there, the other nods. He's been there twice, 2 times. Huh, the first one pauses to think, then comes to some kind of conclusion. He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes. Anything else? What does this guy look like? I don't know, they say almost in unison. How come? We ran. He just yelled, we shouldn't be there. Your father used to go to that island too, didn't he? Our father killed himself. Don't say that. He didn't. His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. Your father did not kill himself. I don't know. The boy who made the claim finds himself unsure of it. He looks around. The other watches him, brows knitted. It doesn't have anything to do with you. Father isn't the fire guy. I'm pretty sure I thought he drowned. Isn't that all you know? Is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island? There's the boy says, rubbing his eyes. It's clear he has no intention of finishing. Bye, kids. Take care. Okay. Well, let's take the boat. A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you now. Are you sure you want to go now? Have you made all the necessary preparations? Closed all your accounts? Remember what the net picker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this. First, tie your porter-wheel boombox to the breast hook to keep company. There. This is now a rock and roll skiff. Cool. It'll keep you company on this lonely voyage. Very cool. Now tune it to SAD FM. You know you want to. SAD FM is a radio station specializing in sad, slow rock songs. You seem to know its frequency by heart. Get in and ride to the island. I have no idea how close to the end I am, but I'm thinking pretty damn close based on this. There's some fishing.
Want to be free. Want to be free. It will last forever. Eternally.
boat comes to a slow stop. You turn the engine off. Then there's silence. In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the... There is very little wind here today. The ghost is standing still. You look at your arms, then the cliffs above you.
Good! You made it!
Kuno stands with his arms akimbo, looking at the shadow of the ruined flak tower looming overhead. Climb out.
I'm at the place out in there. It looks like both of us aren't gonna make it. This is Death Island, the Hellmore.
He wipes snot from his nose. What the hell are you talking
I
about?
don't know.
He throws his head in the air.
Maybe Kuno's just pessimistic because of the massive speed hangover. I did scout the place out. I can fill you in.
The kid turns away from you, cautiously looking to the left and right. He's on the edge. The makeshift bridge, the bombs were powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. The chain trails off into the ocean, connecting the island to the supply depot on the coast. Point to it. This leads to the depot in Land's End. The boy stares at the mechanism. Cool fucking chain. What do you think it was used for? Fuck does Kuno know? He shrugs his shoulders. Kuno would use it to bring shit to the island. Finished thought. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. These stairs feel ancient. Soldiers' feet went up there long ago. This is cool. Tension, inflammable. Some fuel has leaked out of the barrel, black, viscous. There's a lingering trace of azut in the air. Warm air from the inside of the building. It's warmer there than out here. This barrel says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. ICM. This feels familiar somehow. A white star. Point to it. Chit looks upside down to Kuno. He leans to the side, tilting his head. With horns in the sky, the symbol of the commune. Kuno, what is the ICM? Is this a case for Detective Kuno? He cracks his knuckles ready. Idiot Cat Moon. Inside car motors. Is Kuno magic? He is. Case solved. Sounds an awful lot like RCM. It sounds like RCM. Revachol Citizens Militia. Yeah, pig. That's letter shit for you. The alphabet. Are those specks stars too? He leans in for a closer look. Dunno, maybe. Sort of looks like stars to Kuno. Or like islands, maybe? Fuck does Kuno know? Thank you, Kuno. It's the DeLorean symbol of Insolente. The face of this in the sea. Looks old. What's it still doing here? Who the fuck's gonna move it? The island janitor? Gotcha. Warm blood trickles down your armpit. The ligature is off. It's nothing. A little birch from the coin-operated viewer is still holding on. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Okay. Probably need a flashlight. Try that. Oh, hold up. This was once an armament nest. Careful, these stairs have collapsed. Microgrid generator. An old cylindrical generator is nested above the ammo lift with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. Cables disappear into the wall to your right. Kuno puts his hand on the generator. This shit's old. Where do these wires lead? He looks down. He looks at the wall socket. Dunno, looks like downstairs somewhere. What kind of generator is this? Smells like mazout. The kid taps on the open fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. Heavy fuel shit. Tap on the side. A hollow ring. The canister is empty. Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift. What does this mean? A generator here. Fuck does Kuno know? Is it not the wisest man who knows he knows nothing? You have taught me the meaning of wisdom, Kuno. Yeah, Kuno's fucking wise like that. Kuno's gonna be a real wise pig. I meant, why is it here? Probably because it's winter. Some bums who came here don't want to freeze to death? Maybe, probably. Kuno's probably right. It's the fire guy. Some kids told me about a guy here. A guy who made a fire. Alright, he claps his hands. We're on to something. Kuno meant fire guy too. Do you know anything about a fire guy? Yeah, no. He quickly turns his attention back to the generator. Kuno doesn't come here. I told you. Books, mostly fantastic historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauces and fire. Driver's kitchen. See candles planted on a broken ring. Books and magazines lie scattered across the floor on a makeshift cupboard. They're not particularly well organized. Most are soft covers, serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventure. Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine, Cathodique, for electrical engineering. Then it's back to pulp, light erotica, an international circuit bender. Been reading shit here, Kuno notes thoughtfully. Hooked on the book. Does anything stand out as a... Not that you can tell this is the digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes, sitting right next to the radio. Nothing out of the ordinary. Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More of that. More than that, you can't say. Oh yes, under the bed there's a rather extensive collection of critical theory, that is, dour life non-affirming left-wing literature published by small imprints such as Abattoir Firm and Usha. Not exactly light reading. Look, Kuno, powerful communist theory, rigorous and thoughtful. Yeah, he nods sagely. He has no idea what that means. Wasn't there some in the communist student's room? Student in the apartment building seemed to have some as well. Yeah, cool. Detective shit. He seems at a loss of what to add. The little books seem inconsequential next to the big pile of frivolous entertainment covering them. Critical theory books. What do you think this means? Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's not hooked on the book. Trying to get me hooked on it? Teachers and shit? This means we have a critical theory loving vagrant here. Interesting. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner resting on piles of soft-covered books. White linen and pillow are visible under a worn-out caracol blanket. Check this shit. Someone's been squatting here. The kid waves his hand at the bed. Kuno knows because this shit looks like Kuno's place. How recently you forced the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, without really hearing it. Hey, Kuno doesn't want to hurt your feelings, but you look like shit. Maybe you should lie down in the bed, like, recover before you die. Sure, maybe a little shut-eye, just an hour. You face the concrete wall. There's less light here in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there. Curl up with your knees close to your... The blanket feels cold. The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. Sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close until you feel yourself standing up in the darkness right next to the mattress. Slowly the world begins to hatch from the blackness. Okay. Hopefully we got some health back from doing that. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, now I can't interact with anything here. What's happening? The kid's no longer here. Go outside to the... The door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. Can't get in. Huh. Okay. Where's my gun? Can't even open it. Go down to the chain. There's something there. The chain? Oh, I see that chain. We're dreaming, right? This is the dream music. Walk into the water now. Yeah. You see her footprints on the water. Further. Whoa. Video store. The worst day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state turns around to face you. She has an airship bag in her hand. She seems to be in a hurry. Okay, don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking. But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go. Let her go? This is the Holy Queen of territories of Mundi and Insulindi. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back. What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Crown of immortality. Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, manna and raw palladium. It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say, then over her shoulder.
Anyway,
where are you going?
I'm going to Morova, to live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
Something is off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
You mean she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions? You don't have time to tend to my emotions? What are you doing? Stop saying things like that. Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more massive epic showdown.
No, Harry. No. I I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really, we don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us, our love, our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome.
Was his
I have
wife?
to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that. You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try it now. I can do it though. But you said that I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it. We both said a lot of things when we were very young. It was her. I can feel it. I can see it in her tender long fingers, in her wrists. Her hand wrote it, said those things. Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork. As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of letters. She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye. You need to recite it to her for effect, all of it, no summary. Yeah, put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too, collateral damage. I have it right here. Let me refresh your memory. Let's take a pause bitterly. Trip down memory lane. Start reciting. Please, Harry, I don't have time for this. Take out the letter and read. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows until the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me completely. I step out on the light rail and look back. Something. Bow collector. I know it will be like this until I walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Okay, stop. Yes, she surrenders. Are you happy now? No, I'm not happy. She sighs in frustration. Why are you doing this? Being a police detective, I've performed a handwriting analysis on this, so I know it was you. Very well, she sighs. I wrote it. It was morning. You slept. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. On Voyager Road. It was autumn, the first autumn. But Harry, please understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. And I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on to your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest, but I'm no longer that person. This, she points to herself, has taken her place. It will devour you, Harry. I will eat your mind. The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A Delurian figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her legs, her breasts, her hips. I was cool? The coolest. She leans close. She closes her eyes. With your leather jacket and your boot-cut pants, smoking in the bus stop, I wanted you to be the rest of my life that day. And you were. Some of it, at least. You were my first kiss, my first time to have sex. The first and worst time I fell in love. I will always have that with me. It's a fact. But that is all it is. It's like a ticket stub, Harry. It doesn't do anything. Ticket stub. Yes, let's talk about that too, she nods. Let's bring it up. Zoo. In Le Jardin. The day we went east of the river, to the aquarium first. I was sad about my mother. I don't even know why. The shimmer of the fish tank on my face, the octopuses. It was just a day then, but to think, we were there now. You could touch my hair, kiss me, talk to me about anything. Go. She shakes her head. virtually anywhere in the world. Not like now. Now our interactions are limited to pain and regret. Can't you turn back to the person you were? I can see her in you, under the gown and that wreath. And my crown of immortality? No. She shakes her head. You scared her out of me. With your crying, She stops. The awful time we wound up having. In the cheap rental flats you could afford. Can't you see? I can never think you're cool again. I can only think that way about new people. A cheap rental with mold on the walls and the tap dripping. Cheap flats, so the rich man took you from me. Yes, I have found someone for whom I can feel the same, a copy of my love for you, only this time he is careful, rich. He will not lose me. It will not go somewhere. It will grow. Harry, do you notice how none of this is very funny? Yes, you are the least funny part about me. I hate being that. I don't want to be anything for you. I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me I hope the decades it takes for you to get over me had already passed. Voyager Road, I know that place. Where is it? It's here, Harry. He looks around. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos. A house. There, she points across the water into the darkness. You could not pay the electric bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good. Surely the alcohol didn't help either. Were we drinking? She looks at her toenails sticking out from under the gown. Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a queen regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability. What now? What happens now? What is the next thing we talk about? Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. She looks over her shoulder. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. I don't know what you mean, Dolores Day. She looks at you quizzically. It does not seem like a mystery she wants to get into. You're the X something. Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X something. The X thing. You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. She keeps glancing over her shoulder nervously. I haven't even bought the tickets yet. We all told you. Everyone warned you. Who everyone?
Everyone.
Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down. She sighs with frustration. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite. Say nothing, just look at her. She does not look back, instead eyes her fingernails. They're bitten, frayed. The evening wind blows in, the gown wraps around her like a white flag. Point to your head, the morning. The morning? I don't understand. No, I meant mourning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead. Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the mourning. Mourning someone who's still alive, any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old. I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn. She breathes out. Sounds more angry than a sigh. You're just an evil ape. We're all evil apes. You don't have to hate the world. She looks around her at the evening light. Can't you see how kind and beautiful everything is? I don't have time to deal with your pessimism. There are so many people at the stop at this hour. They're all going to the aerodrome. Forget about the aerodrome for 1 second. I lost, and it was you who I lost to. It wasn't a fight. I was never fighting you. I didn't want to fight you. You're the tiny ape I loved. She shakes her head. Let's stop with the apes. This isn't going anywhere. You told her you loved her. She has to feel something. On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regnant of the territories of Mundi and Insolinde, and nothing else. Yes, Harry, I am. Things have gotten much better for me now that I am the ruler of the known world. She pulls up the silvery sleeve of her gown to check the time. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry. A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrist. Alright. Sad. It's gonna be sad. I know you still love me. Kiss her. It failed? And I had 3%? Your feet still tremble from the steps you took, as if over an enormous distance. Standing against her, her body close to you, radiating warmth. With your eyes closed, you move your lips on her mouth. She is not kissing you back. It's like a skill check that you can't pass, I guess. It failed. This was not about failure or success. This was always going to be horror. I should not have guessed it. And you should not have listened to me. I should not have suggested it, and you should not have listened to me. Wow. I feel her breath. Her chest is rising like a pillow, warm exhalations against the side of your mouth, her tender soul moving through her lungs. Hidden, distant, kept safe from you. Her cheek against mine. Feels like a soft fuzz, a bird covered in down feathers, brushing against your broken capillaries. The world's most precious materials, reserved for those she lets close enough to feel it. You are stealing a touch. It's not yours to take. Cold silver against my forehead. The delicate wreath on her forehead pressing into your temple. The silver is cold from the spring evening air. You're not kissing me back. The moment is ending. She is going to move her face away from yours. Trying hard not to look at you. When she withdrew and you held on to her hand, she tried not to look at your face and see the expression there. Brother, you should put me in front of a firing squad. I have no words for how I failed you. Why didn't you kiss me back? Why did you do that to yourself? You know I don't cheat, Harry. I never cheated on you. You didn't kiss me back. She breathes out heavily as if something painful passed through her and shakes her head. The world should end now. It does not. It goes on. Children run in the back alleys. Pigeons take flight. She takes her head one more time as the evening wind rustles her hair. That's it then. No, Harry, not yet. There's one more thing you have to see. She slides her hands down her chest and into her lower stomach. Smiles. I'm pregnant. Is it mine? Of course not. She looks down at her belly and then into your old eyes. Oh, jeez. I terminated yours. Don't you remember, you poor fuck? Poverty-stricken fuck. Now go ahead. She wipes her palms into the silk of her gown. Ask me more questions. Let's talk about something else. No. This has to end. Do the last one. More questions, ask more. Don't go. I have to, Harry, really. I've already missed the 8:30. Her fingers wrap around the bag handle. I'm gonna go now. Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times. Wait, can't we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria on the corner. Point east. No, that would be painful and dull. At the aerodrome, life, love, and laughter are waiting for me. At the cafeteria, dust, hell, and tragicomedy. Hold on, what are you going to do in Mirova? Life, light, laugh, light, life, culture. It's so much better than here. Everything here reminds me of you and the horrible times we had. The nights we stayed up fighting for our dying love. I have to wipe it all off me and be clean again. I want to be a good person again, not this. Not what it has made me into. Not what you made me into. I don't want to let you go. Not really. You asked me not to. That was someone else. I betrayed her, overwrote her, and I'm happier for it. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight. She turns. Will we ever see each other again? I won't see you, but you will see me. How can that be? Oh, Harry, this is a dream, can't you see? I'm already in Mirova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? She looks around. A year? 2? 5 years ago? How will I see you again then? Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago. But this is intolerably bad. Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death, or war, or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry. See you tomorrow. That was heavy. Whoa there, man. You've been squealing and thrashing around crazy, and now you're bleeding too, again. He stares in awe at the streaks of blood covering your body. I'm fine, really. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hand. Sure, that's why you mumbled about bitches. Real fine. So I talked in my sleep? Yeah, no biggie. Don't shit yourself. All the worst dreams are about bitches. All the worst dreams are about bitches. You wouldn't believe the shit Kuno sees about Steve. It's not good. This in his. Now let's get this shit back on the road, yo. Just want to make sure you don't die. He glances at your blood-covered hands. Kuno's no fucking mortician. This great blast door must have weighed over 10 tons. Rust peels off of it. You see a small metal door nested inside a larger one, a heavy steel blast door. There's a conventional keyhole above the handle, very small. What's on the other side? Another part of Death Island? Some secret hidden shit, Kuno thinks? Important shit. How do we open this? He looks at the door, then at its bigger brother, then at the lock. Kuno don't know how to pick this lock. This one's military shit. He's right. It would be better to open its big brother. A powerful engine hangs beneath the ceiling. It must control the blast door. You're right. We open the big one. Do you see controls somewhere? Yeah. The console north? Yeah. Let's get this big shit open. This hatch is jammed shut. Water rushes below. Far down. Green paint flakes off the monoblock aluminum cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard. Run your fingers across the keyboard. The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades. What is this? Old hardware. He points to the wires running to the machine from the big power box upstairs. Circuit bender shit, military grade. Could this open the blast door? Kuno isn't a machine meister. He stares at the dials. Urgence. Overt. Lumiere. Yeah, why the fuck not? This device was used to control electronics in the... It could open doors, control lights, function as a radio computer. Push light interior. Nothing happens. Slide radio dial. The dial slides under the glass silently. You make out defunct stations. TV. The words field insular are written on the band. Whoa, told you. Military mega grade. Also like 400 years old, I think. 1,000. Turn emergency open. Kuno's gonna stop you right there. This, he strokes the console, ain't gonna work. He points upward to the generator. Not without the juice. You gotta fuel that shit if you want it to work. Let's look outside, maybe? Okay. I have a feeling that what's ever behind the blast door is gonna be like the game. I don't really know, but it just feeling about it. Firing slit, you can't see inside. It must have been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. Distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo in the water. Music is full. Trying to see if there's anything out here. Pain in your pelvis makes you wrench, then you continue. side of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. An old medicine cabinet neatly stocked with dromine. There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrazed firing slits like two eyes in the wall. This is B triple prime on the island, a nest. Inspect the mattress. A single-person mattress, modern civilian use, brand name Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns, and an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts. Pick one out of the can. A silhouette of tobacco picker adorns the paper filter, the brand Motiri. Inspect the wall. There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window. Touch the concrete first. Quite old and grimy from the years without cleaning by anything other than the rain. Look through the hole in the concrete. Springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck to look out. Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach. A small piece of the Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny landscape painting, 1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar. On the left, a towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire. Capeside Apartments, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33. On the right, the red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling and Rags. Rue Saint-Ghislain 10, the doomed commercial area. And between the two, the box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling and Rags. You see a small fleck of white on the rooftop. The upstairs window of Classier's room in the rain, reflecting light. Motherfucker. Motherfucker? He sounds excited. You seeing the window or not? Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see the roof. Kuno fucking knew it. This is a sniper's nest, right? Fucking assassin action. Kuno barely understands what's happening, but he likes the shit out of it. Could the shooter still be here? Where? Kuno looks around in the small compartment-sized room. On this island. Right fucking on. He stops, a shudder. Let's move on. We're out in the open here. Turn away. A strange feeling looking at the water. Maybe you should just wander off into the sea, leave it all and walk in. Why? Perhaps there's someone there, under the water, waiting for you. Where it always has been. In front of the video rental in the corner, at the crossing. Baby, you know it's going to hurt. It's cold. Yes, cold and still, but love is warm like the inside of her mouth. No. Yes. No, we're not starting with that. Not now, not this time. This thought is over. Raise your sight. In the rain mirror of the bay, you see Martinez reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water like shimmering powers, and the shacks too, pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts like stepping stones lead into the water in front of you. Go, step in. It's been too long. Shake your head. Is that like a possible ending? Like, walk into the ocean and kill yourself? The winch is broken. Rust has eaten what remains of the chain. Now, I gotta know how this works out. I already almost died once. I thought I was fucking gonna get killed before. else to go, so I guess we're just opening the blast door now. I guess I should pop a save. Pour the fuel into the tank. The boy helps you out, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown viscous liquid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter on the switch on the side of the cylinder, and a start rope on the other side. Kuno flicks the rope. The recoil start wakes the generator up instantly. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down with a rattle. We're in, we're doing this, he says over the sputter. Turn emergency open. Door comes screeching to a halt. Behind it, you see a hole in the concrete wall where light shines in. Fucking right, Kuno points to the opening. What's there? Kuno doesn't know, but Kuno wants to know. There was something I needed to do with this console first. Why? The door is open, we can just fucking move on. The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle, a dim ambient orange. Walk slow, it might be dangerous. Oh. Dang. Well, if it's potentially dangerous, I guess let's do this, right? Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing to your palm. I think my hand recognizes it. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you didn't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was still warm. Sheathe your sidearm, officer. A serious law official taught by the book should know only to unholster their service weapon when using it is unavoidable. A rubber dinghy. It's deflated, broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Is that what those petals were I could have caught? They blew in the wind from all the way over here to where Clausier was? Holy shit. I wonder if that's what it is. There's our fire guy. The deserter. An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame back of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit in his mouth, then spits it into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids to meet yours. Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp. He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything. Are you the fire guy?
What now? I can't hear you.
Did you recently tell two kids to put out their fire, two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around trying to give up the position. Fire guy, regressive bourgeoisie henchman, can't even talk like a grown-up.
You've retained your eyesight.
My eyesight, yes. Helps me see all this shit.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. opened it. How?
I fueled the generator, then I used the console.
I should have burned that console down.
How did you know I was coming?
Reactionary rock and roll music playing on the water.
I told you not to play shitty rock.
It was not reactionary, it was cool.
The fascists were right about rock and roll. It is degenerate, hip, gyrating, mental illness music.
Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice, it's a piece of shit. Gets the job done.
Is that a Bell McGraw?
It's a Dragon 446.
Whoa! Massive gun!
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Xinyao commune. Military aid.
The Xinyao
You
commune?
heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from a board.
Sir, I need you to put down that gun so we can talk further. We're with the police.
You're a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I am an enemy commander of rank. Put it down. It's a good line, but your voice slips on commander, producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
A big-time operator of the pederast army. How about I keep it up? Hand it over to a real killer. A briscade.
No fucking way. Oh, Kuno's life. Officer Kuno's got his killer 9 pointed at your fucking head, and he's gonna blow it clean off if you don't drop your weapon right now!
Even with the intensity he's putting into those words and the fidgeting in his pocket, the kid is unconvincing. Disarmed by a kid, he smiles to himself. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway.
It's out of bullets.
The old man lays the rifle down carelessly, then looks at it lying there. Like an amputated limb in the sand. He stares on, his wrinkled mouth moving without a sound, a strange sadness, like a song. What did you say?
The future teaches you to be alone.
The present. The present.
The present. Be afraid and cold.
The old man pulls back the hood of his plastic cape and looks up to into the sky. It's blue-gray, the same color as the sea. Those words, the future teaches you. Real music, real proletcults. No, that's loud rebel chaulier, not your rock and roll misanthropy. Chanson des soldats of the black and whites. What is La Revolutionnaire? It is the anthem of the world revolution. His eyes remain fixed on the sky. One of three. In Grad they sang brave children, favorites of history, and in Yao it was, he struggles to remember, then gives up. Some Samaran shit, I guess. La Revolutionnaire. I've heard that name somewhere else in a dream. Everyone has. They named a fucking perfume after it. No, that's not it. I've talked to her. Talked to her? He raises his bushy brow and looks down from the sky, straight into your bloodshot eye. Yes, in the church, points southwest. God's shithouse, he chortles. Could have taken it down like they did in Grad, dismantled it for firewood. All around you, the air slowly circulates the islet, carrying little swallows and black-beaked eagles in its slow drift. They all, every one of them, every bird, mammal, and crustacean. What? Keep their distance. How does it go, the song? How did it go? He looks at the gun on the ground and shakes his head slowly. Something about shooting rabbits. I don't know. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. It's gone now. He waves erratically with his hand, annoyed that he can't remember. A little tremor passes through him. It was dear to him. He resents forgetting it. Who are you? My name, he looks across the water, then back to you, is Iosef Lilianovich Gross, political commissioner of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol. I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender. His eyes turn to the reeds again, dull, dead and dull. Wait. He turns to you, mouth open. Like the fucking ancient army? You're a holdover from the ICM, the Insulindian Citizens Militia? Yes, created from Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Aérien, consigned to emergency defense duties in 08. I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the commune had fallen. Still armed and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties. How long have you been on this island? 43 years. No. He looks into the fire. A wisp of smoke rises from somewhere between the charred logs. I've been on other islands, too. I was on Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was on E48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was, thanks, 22 years ago. Again, you've been hiding here for 43 years? 43 years and 10 months. I don't even know what that is. It's inhuman. It's sick. It's not how a human being should live. But I had to, with grimaces, clearly in pain. I couldn't just forget. I couldn't just forget what I saw. He just couldn't. You couldn't give up. He nods. But he can now. What have you been doing all this time? Hiding, fishing, waiting. He looks across the water. Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Streetlights will soon be lit. Further inland, the streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks, and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41. Always waiting, the old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what? For her to return. For who? Girl Child Revolution. Girl Child Revolution. Always. I'm afraid she's gone. He nods and blinks his black eyes. The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves. The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore, however hard I try, whatever I do. What has he done? Perhaps a confession will lighten the load. What have you done then? I just mourn. He stares right through you, then blinks again. You said you deserted your unit. I was just 16 years old, 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. He clears his throat. And of courage, too. Lapse of faith? You could say I misunderstood the historic role of the proletariat and thought Mazovian socioeconomics were fallible. For a second, I doubted the irreducible laws of historic materialism. A second is all it took. For what? For reaction to take hold. What's reaction? Petty bourgeois terror. It's in all men. It wasn't reaction, you were just afraid. It's the same thing. You haven't seen it. Not really. Not naked. It's impossible not to be afraid. It remains unclear what it is. He makes leaps and he doesn't expect you to follow. And when was this exactly? May the 13th, 08, 44 years ago. He looks north. The horizon was black with coalition airships. Their petroleum rose to the sky and it looked like it formed the clouds, storm clouds. When they started shelling, it was dark magic. Dark magic? The combined might of the international capital all at once, all the greed and terror in the world, tore into Revachol. It lifted streets from the ground and turned houses into ghosts. We were in the flak tower. He gestures toward it. Huddled on the floor. The artillery was 80 kilometers away in Ozon, but I knew the commune would fall. We would all be turned into ash. So I said I was going to the map room. He looks east. What then? I ran. I climbed the chain link across the water and hid inland. In the bunkers underground, like the weakest of the weak, a mouse, frightened of the ordnance all night and the sound of the rotors in the morning, whirring. Th-th-th-th. He looks at the sky. What was that? Airships. I climbed down. He closes his eyes. Into hell. The landing was complete. The chain was submerged. I had to swim back. The fortress was half submerged too, shattered. They'd all drowned in the lower levels or got torn to shreds above. The anti-aircraft gun had malfunctioned. So had I. I left them without ideological direction. He opens his eyes and stares right through you. It was real. I'd seen it. I'd seen it in reality. Seen what? The mask of humanity fall from capital. It has to take it off to kill everyone, everything you love, all the hope and tenderness in the world. It has to take it off just for 1 second to do the deed. And then you see it, as it strangles and beats your friends to death. The sweetest, most courageous people in the world. He's silent for a second. You see the fear and power in its eyes, and you know. What? That the bourgeoisie are not human. Say nothing, let him finish. I had to fight it. I had to never stop. The old man falls silent, his black eyes piercing your skin as he looks to some great distance behind you, shaking his head slowly, retreating from it. What is this place, this island? It's not an island, Roy. He looks around. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol, and I am its last surviving defender. What was it used for? To congenially deformed King Philip II built it. To restrict access to the Bay of Revachol, we captured it in 02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing, against the whole world. You mean the landing? Retaking of Revachol? Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. He winces. I later found out on the radio. They called it Deathblow. You're one of them, tell me. Who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Kylo alone. First, I'm not one of them. Sure you are, you're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people deathful? Murderers. I know what you mean. You don't know. You haven't seen it. Shakes his head slowly. Iblis. Iblis? The black-eyed angel, he nods. Titan, Ahura, the darkened one. How have you survived all this time? How does anyone survive? He looks at his worn running shoes. I steal. Now hold on there. What do you steal? Supplies, vegetables, he winces. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being. He coughs once more, then puts his hand on his belly. How is your health? I've been throwing up blood since winter, red like beetroot, and passing it in stool too. Jesus. Kuno's dad had this shit, wine belly. The kid looks at you. The cops can take care of this, right? Medicine shit with like facilities? Yes, it may be serious. Cancer even. The police can give you medical services. You need to be looked over. I need to die. A droll smile stretches across his mouth. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you, toy guns. We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain. A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips. I have been running out of that stuff. This is a serious situation. You need to be looked over, and we can do it. There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine, moribund. How have you coped mentally? I haven't. I have holes in my brain, years missing, others filled with pain only, a decade of his eyes rolling to his skull and back. I don't even know what. Inferno? You notice that the adolescent at your side is about to say something. Kuno could do this shit. Live all alone like this. Kuno could hack it. Good. Kuno. Be that. He nods towards Martinez. I saw the traders of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting. He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere. Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on? How have you concealed yourself all these years? It was hard in the 10s. He shakes his head. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. He closes his eyes. Floodlights on the waters at night. What was it like? What was it like? There was hope, a little hope. They needed to snuff it out. Martinez and the coal city were turned to dust. He looks south. But Jamrock, Foulborg, even Koron and Boogie Street, of course, those fucking Kipts had Krasmazov coursing in their veins. And others too. Some cordons of Revachol were still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Shakes his head. Soon they all went silent. The frequency is dead. How did you get between here and the mainland? At night, I used a dinghy. He nods toward the deflated tire in the reeds. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too, they started snitching. So in the city you move underground? From bunker to bunker, he nods. Not anymore, no one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could just walk into that town if I wanted. He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the shacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there? I don't want to. They're all traitors, pigs, rabbits, and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals. He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing. The weapons cache under St. Ghislaine 22B, point to it, in the basement. Have you been there? He looks at you, then pulls the raincoat tighter around his neck. So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Bell McGraw's, right? They were damaged beyond use, I know. So you've been there? Sleeping, he coughs. Some nights, ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit even before they eroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however. There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there? The propaganda bunker, he coughs. I used to, but not anymore. Propaganda bunker? They stored leaflets there, broadcasting equipment too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. Young boys. Killed themselves? A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. He stares at the ruins of the Feld building. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins on the ground. Tell me another thing. The old man looks across the water, at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising above it. You said this is your termless surrender. You're with the RCM, he waves in your general direction, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol. I'm not coalition appointed, I just try to help people. He stares at you coldly. You're the RCM, you represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity of this city. I represent their adversary, the Parti Communiste de Insolende. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity. His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit. A spray of blood from his mouth on the black charcoal in the fire pit. Renee, the royalist on the coast, said, "You never signed the Revacholian instrument of surrender. Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument, traitors who should have been burned alive." He draws his breath. "I answer to the Communist Party." "Is that why you've been here for 43 years? Because the party didn't surrender?" He just wipes the blood from his chin. "Understood." "I don't think you did." He stares at the fire pit. "You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real." "So you're a communist soldier from the Communist Army?" "No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army." "But you said you were trained and assigned to the Defense Corps." "Trained," he nods, "in historical materialism, then assigned as a political commissioner by the party. These things used to mean something." "Wait, what does a political commissar do?" The old man does not answer. He tilts his silver head and looks at the reeds. You see a small tremor pass through his legs. "My pig asked you a question. Quit spazzing out and tell him about the kid doesn't get to finish the sentence. "Scientific communism." The tracksuit-clad old man is suddenly reanimated. "A commissaire politique is a knight philosopher of the revolution, a future human." He was like a cleric, a shepherd. "So you were like a priest?" "No," he shakes his head. "The opposite of that. A future human, not a human of the past." "That means you're a trained communist, right?" He nods slowly, then another tremor. "The real revolutionizing is done by entrepreneurs." "I'm also a communist." "No, you're not," he coughs. "You're a liberast." "Liberast?" "A liberal and a pederast. It's what most liberals are." "Damn. I'm not a liberal. I told you I'm a communist." The old man spits into the fire pit. He does not say anything more. A jitter passes the lower body. "I have another, more serious question for you." "There is nothing serious in this world." He looks at the gun on the ground. "It's a farce." "What have you been using this gun for?" "I've used it for killing people." Even the kid can smell it. "Killing people? Like straight off in them?" "It's a gun. It's what they're for." "You want a moralist euphemism, defending your family and your property? I haven't done that." "I've used it to kill people." "You mean like lately, after the war?" "There is no after the war." He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black. "Class war is never over." "So he's continued killing after hostilities ended." Okay. "Go in straight, no euphemisms. He doesn't like those." No, be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it for him. "Don't mess this up. Remember, he wants to tell you. Get personal." "Wait, so which one do I say then?" Nothing comes to you. Silence. His black eyes look at you. and in them a chill, like electricity running up your spine, crawling into your skull. What? All is not as it seems. Well, Kuno turns to you with impatience. I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? I don't want to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer. And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor Kreno? Who now? He leans in and cups his ear. He heard you. He just wants you to say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're doing it. We're in. Do it, sire. The fascist death squad who took the bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. Oh yes, that one. He looks up at the sky and clacks his tongue. Ugly piece of work, that boy. Did you kill him? The kid puffs his chest. Fucking tell this cop. I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. He spits a big one at your feet. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime. Exhaust him with proof, pile it all on, get a confession. The scent of blood in the air, but what else? There was something you can't remember. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of your head. Ow. Jesus. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausier's roof. Oh, yes. There were Maybells in the grass when you got here, and Maybells on Clausier's balcony. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal footprints in the dust. In the secret space behind Clausier's bedroom. Now they're gonna come up. Of course. Thank you. Thank you, Head. Thank you. You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul. Nothing else comes up. You see Kuno watch. You try to stimulate thought processes by hitting yourself. I'm sorry this didn't do anything. Usually hurting yourself does. Yo, a word. He gestures to you to the side. No, I'm almost there. Just let me have a few more punches. Almost where? Almost ready to bleed to death? He looks at the blood stain on your pant leg. No, come on. He's half whispering. A word. Let's go. Make a save. Okay, so we got the old fuck. The kid whispers, his eyes bugging out of his skull with excitement. Do you think he did it? A crooked little smile. Oh, fuck. He's practically dying. Big up how he did it. Just get him to cough it up. Kuno's got your back. I'm slapping myself to get ideas. Yeah, Kuno can see that, the kid says seriously. So can fucking Murder Rooney here. You should stop. It's weird as fuck. Trying to get him to confess. Yes, Kuno can see that. You got this. Think of, like, he rubs his nose. What other shit he's done too. Kuno can tell he's a killer. How do you think the questioning is going? Good, he nods. I think it's going really fucking well. He leans closer. Just cut it with the punching shit, alright? Makes us look like we got nothing. You hear that? He thinks you're very close. What am I missing? What haven't I done? Well, there's the gun, he says, scratching his head. Why you still haven't picked it up and used it against him is beyond Kuno. Good. Talk to him, demonstratively pick it up, and then push it along with the other accusations. Good idea. Okay, let's do this. Kuno's in the game. Let's fucking do this, pig, he whispers excitedly.
Minions of Capital. What do you want?
Pick up the gun lying in the sand. His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. Inspect it closer. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed onto the forearm, made of walnut. On the butt, you see Vespertine writing burnt into the wood. Trinagong 4.46 millimeter, made in Sinyaf. It's as he said, it's a Triangong made in Sinyao. This guy smoked a lot of people with this, huh? No response from the old man. The plastic cape around his shoulders rustles in a small bout of wind. This uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46. The old man smacks his lips. Throw the gun. The old man keeps following your motions with his gaze. His left arm twitches suddenly. This looked very much like the murder weapon. It can be used against him later. One more time. Oh, we're at the skill cap.
Minions of capital. What do you want?
Assess his body language. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain or the cough or the malnutrition. For a man who spent 44 years hiding in the urban wild, he is surprisingly okay. Indeed, he speaks fluidly, his movements are rapid if erratic, his voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated. Animated by what? It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief to despair. Dementia? You've seen demented people before. This feels similar yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile. Wouldn't the foul temper be the byproduct of his life? Perhaps, but he seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if it's forced on him in a way. In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder. Mr. Dross, are you okay? How is your memory? He waves his hand, chasing something that's not there. No, I'm not okay. I shit blood and I'm surrounded by insane people. There it is again, erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course. One more time, Mr. Dross, the Colonel. We need to talk to you about you killing him. Petty bourgeois law. He snorts and spits. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types. A drop of blood in the saliva. Maybells behind the victim's window. I saw them growing here. Went to them. Damn Maybells. He looks at the blossoming field. The whole island is turning white with them. He seems tender suddenly, nostalgic even. Strange mood swing. So many this year too. The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away. I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise, only here. They blossom on the islets. Before. We fertilize them with our blood. He looks to the water. Resurrection was snow white in May before they ruined it. South, the bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green with white flowers in white snow. The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with. But you've been sneaking around a lot, hidden. The kid sounds agitated. Know any secret paths? Kuno knows paths. I may. A curious tremor passes his face. A young woman called Classier. Ring any bells? Flowers like these were behind her window. Classier. He repeats the name with care, as if it were at risk of breaking. You like that name, don't you? He had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary. With the victim, he turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles in his jaw twitch, a spasm. There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile, a crooked smile, yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst. Almost, but you need one more. Just one, or maybe two. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing. Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. He looks at his running shoes covered in mud. Some shit. Show me the soles of your shoes, please. Fucking imbecile. The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of the worn-out old running shoes on his feet. The maker of is called Sansar, and the size is 42 to 44. These are not unusual horizontal pattern soles you saw in the dust floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size. Wait, maybe it's simpler than that. God, really? Simpler? No, this is another loose thread you will never connect. Goddamn footprints everywhere, I hate them. The kid stares at you slack-jawed. He thinks, what are you doing? We almost got in here. Not now, stop yourself. Cough. Oh. What do we do? We're not getting these prints to match. Yo, people change shoes, he turns to the old man. You were sneaking around, right? Chasing the joint or what? Yes, you were in the whirling rags. What were you doing there? Sneaking? Trying to rack your brains. He squints at you, black pearls gleaming with hatred. You're desperate to report something back to your masters. They have really loved that dead fuck. They must have really loved that dead fuck. Man, this is awful how much of this shit we're failing at like 70+%. I'm so unlucky today. It's bad. The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind, seagulls in the distance. More. He's gonna crack, but you need a little more. We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from this island. I saw you poking around there looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fasces. A jitter passes him. Did you like the view? He's practically admitting to it. You said fasces? You're admitting you killed him? You're sad for your fascia brother, aren't you? One twig got broken, now the other are sad. He waves his hand. There's a twitch. Then one more, one in his right eye. Leave no stone unturned. Get him on what matters most. I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Got nothing to say about that boomstick, huh? You choking? That's the stick that did it. Yes, it's a real gun, not like your little musketeer pistols. I've seen you prance around with those, jumping hoops for the liberals. You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you a real weapon, huh? He chortles. Going against automatic rifles with a flame bomb. Of course you got all those boys killed. Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. But he saw you. Okay, so what? Don't let it divert you. Stop squirming. I have the murder weapon. You let them all die, pranced around, let your little friend be shot too. I didn't get a good look at that. Tell me, did he bleed out? Shut up, I'm calling it. I have the murder weapon. Who are you trying to prove this to, huh? Your friend? He's not here. He cracks his knuckles. He's dead, isn't he? That's the murder weapon down. I've got more on you. Murder. The old man does not say more. He glances into the reeds and then twitches once more. like a marionette on some invisible string. He suddenly jerks to life. You know who he was? A coalition-trained murderer, armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer, dripping with blood. He was a rapist, he was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. Beating us to the ground, moaning with joy. He breathes in with strange animation. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner. Got your attention. He looks up. He looks you dead in the eye, pupils shaking. Now, you stop beating the druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now, you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds, he breathes through flared nostrils. This is it. Shot him. They shot him, not killed him. So you shot him. Oh, the inhumanity, he closes his eyes. One paramilitary less in Revachol. You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eye. His fists begin to tremble from the anger. Just nod. I had them in my sights, both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase, and I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth. He begins to smile. I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death and that stupid look on his face. The smile quivers, and his dick's still in her. Then what? Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were May bells everywhere. The world was white, or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here, I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did. The kid looks at him for 1, maybe 2 seconds, breathing heavy with excitement. Fucking hell. Be very careful. Be very, very precise now. Don't make a splash. You can still mess it up. Do you understand you're confessing murder to a police officer? Yes, a single word is all he gives. Quick, a motive. While the iron is still hot, get one out of him. Wait, motive? Why? He could say he was taking the fall for someone, disoriented, tortured. It's useless in court without a motive. Don't mess this up. Coax it out of him. He's still warm. They were fucking. One more thing. Why were you looking at them that night? I'm always looking. He cocks his head to the side, then turns his eyes to the city. Another tremor passes his left side, lower in intensity. You always creeping on people through your scope like that? The kid squints his eyes. A rifle scope has the best magnification. And if you don't like what you see, click. You pull the trigger? Yes. He looks you in the eye. Think of it as a form of critique. He will not stop now. These dialectical materialist types never do. Exploit it. Start with when he first saw him. It'll give him a chance to ramble. Didn't we just say to never listen to suggestion? When did you first see the deceased? 3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow. Joyce, he means Joyce. By that you mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep? Wrinkled up whore, he nods. What is it with these whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist? Lax sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy. He gargles a spitball. As to pederasty, the party legalized it in 04. My party, not your liberal masters. He spits out on the dying coals. So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. He adds, it's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it. Jesus. Fiddling with their sexual organs. Cough, moving on. The victim arrives sometime after her. He nods toward the city. They moved into the deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and Mescave phalanges weren't conscripts, boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt. Whites? Barely alive, they like to kill while they're on their drugs. After the landing in the burning years, I would take shots at them, end them. The worst ones if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now to show their real face, the face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Monday with their families and polyester clothes. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Them fucking, he looks at the charred wood. I didn't like that. So you were jealous? Jealousy is a reactionary concept. I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself, drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore. And I wanted her to see his head explode. Nods. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer in her thighs. I knew he'd be there for 1 second, writhing. That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. He squints. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her, but he shrugs. You can't have everything. This man has seen past her like you did. This man has seen past her like you did. And now he longs to see her covered in blood. Punish her. How long have you been watching her? Since she came to Martinez, I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Feld building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving. What was she doing there? Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her smoking. She was nervous, but not scared. What do you think she hid there? A passport and tickets to Villers. He coughs, and from there to Casher room. This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it? He nods. After she was gone, did you keep the materials? When I found it, the submersible was empty. No, why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better. This implies that he's thought about extorting her. Are you sure? I checked the submersible. There was nothing there. He looks to the reeds, confused. Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers. A strange confusion comes over him from time to time, some kind of aberration of the nervous system. Moving on, did you continue watching her after this? I did. He almost smiles. She had a face like an archipelago, with those birthmarks and a body hard and lean and bruised all over, black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too, he nods. A spook, on the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here, to do drugs and have sex like animals. The bruises, can you make that out in the scope? And the fact that she was a spook, how did he come to that? First, how could you tell she was a spook? From the documents? He had a different color hair on the photo and glasses, forged. Some sort of sordid bourgeois affair. I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio. And the bruises. You could see her bruises through the scope of a rifle? You can't see through a scope. It's just a blur there. He shakes his silver gray head. How does he know those minute details about her body? How am I failing all of these? 83%. What the fuck? Ow. Jesus Christ. He must have climbed to the roof, maybe? How did you get close enough to see her bruises, Mr. Druss? I have my ways. A cracked smile appeared on his dry white lips. You've been through some secret root shit, huh? Inside the whirling rags creeping around? I've been through all of them, and all of Martinaise, every nook and cranny. Thank God the kitty's picking it up. Yeah, but that one too, right? Secret whirling shit? Yes, that too. He shakes his head almost in awe. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. He explains. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside and it gets so dark out you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but he keeps shaking his head. Those two took the cake. Yeah, Kuno nods knowingly. The lightning gets shit going. Speed freaks fucking in the bushes. He must know his way around a creaky floorboard and a rusty hinge on a door. How did you get in there? The hidden pinball workshop? I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty. And the door, the steel door in the kitchen, how'd you open that? I've gotten that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago? He left spare keys all over, and I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope. He points toward the whirling in rags. And he found use for it, a spare key, like the one hanging behind the Union Box window. You wanted to punish her, so you killed him. He practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her. He shakes his head and stares at the ashes. You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leave, airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake. The dream. See you tomorrow, Harry. Her voice rings out in the evening air, burning. The old man raises his gaze. Something glitters in the corner of his black eye, a bitter taste on his tongue. You had feelings for that woman. He sighs, there's nothing to hold on to, only this. It's not enough. The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly like stones dripping with water. Is he crying? Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. He looks to the city. It's weakness, I know. There have been others. Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something. Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window? No. Starts to shake his head again. A sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then? I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying like a child. In the corner of her room on the floor. Like she does sometimes. When was this? The day after I'd killed him. And you brought her Maybells? Yes. He looks at the charred logs. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore. It's as if something put the thought there. Leave the flowers. Something put the thought in you. A compulsion. What do you mean, put? He raises his eyes. They're round and wide. A brief flash of terror. I just got this feeling from what you said. Do you agree? Maybe. He lowers his head and just stares at the logs. I told you, I have holes in my brain now. I wouldn't just sit here waiting for you. If you came 10 years ago, I would have killed you. He wipes his eye. So, in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her. Her, he repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye. It was about bitches. The boy nods grimly. There. Motive, detective. We have it. The old man looks at you, suddenly remembering something. Where is she, that Glacier? I haven't seen her there for days. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the seafort. Gone. He looks to the city and nods. I knew it. She kept staring into the scope this last week at the island, like she knew. Eyes. She'd look at night, crying or smoking on the roof, staring right in me. He adds, to no one in particular, it doesn't matter. Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lausanne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring encircled hybrid aircraft. Look north. On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol, yet she still smiles among the crowd, among the great ghost of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the spring air below her. Streets and towers, tenements and water. And across it, a dark strip of ruins barely visible, if she didn't squint her eyes. He knew she knows. She was looking at the island, figuring it out day by day, cigarette by cigarette. We can totally get more out of him. The kid whispers, he's squealing. You could get more out of him, he likes talking. Enough, take him in, bend his arms behind his back and end this. Been looking at anything else you haven't liked? A tragic comedy, he shakes to life. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers. Strange little engine seems to fire up in him. Again, it straightens his back. The familiar put of hatred. More specifically, the whole city is a charnel house, stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez, he shakes his head in grave disgust. Martinez is the worst. How come? Because of the racists. Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world, listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins, in their lorries, he points inland, pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this, race that. It's all sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a social democrat who runs it. Mr. Clare? Yes, the fly larva in his container. He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer on the town square, to spit on the working class. Anything more? Let him finish, do not interrupt. Not since the serfs of ancient Halicarnassus has history produced a more inert social class than the Martinez proletariat. The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins. Intense, like animals. He points to the church, like those boom-boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs. He keeps shaking his head with sorrow for the sight he missed. Odd. The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrian on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now, her gun-toting porcelain men are dead, so actually no. The worst is that old cock parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day. It's not enough that the racists and liberals are dancing our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too. Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in ozone, or Croyant Moraine, or some other island they've built their places on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want, sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the Suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt Fristle is now dead. Just nod. We did good when we punished when we pushed him under that horse car. If only in the 30s those disco whores. What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word. The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people. Might be worth investigating. Disco whores. Whores, as always says, even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. There was something about the statue on the roundabout and syphilis. Syphilis is a disease Philip II contracted in a whorehouse. He fires quickly. The statue is an abomination. Abomination? The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine, cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son Philip III, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb. He breathes in with a wheeze of hatred. And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them. But it's still there. What a keen remark, he sputters. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why? Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it. That's right, some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest, working-class plastic explosives, and there it is again. He shakes his head in disgust. Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity. Every gallery should be bulldozed, and the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata. You mentioned the Union is social democratic, and Mr. Clare is a farce of a social democrat. Another hideous disappointment. Pokes at the ash. Unions are the real enemy, the true enemy of the proletariat, placating the masses. Disappointment, so personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass. Who's a disappointment? Everard Clare? That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean the brains of the operation, the smart one. Doesn't Everard run the Union? That mobster toad couldn't run a shithouse. He has no political education. His twin, Edgar Clare, is the one that one's been to one of those East Revachol universities. He talks a big game about uprising and alienation and so on. He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed. We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we? You can't live alone. He stops poking at the ash now and just shakes his head. Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up. Have you approached them? I haven't approached anyone. I've hid. It was Edgar who came to me. How did he know you were here? He didn't just stumble in like an oaf, he nods to you. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains. He points to the path leading to the tower. Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. He shrugs. I was right about one of those things. When was this? 20 years ago. Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then. That's around the time the Clares came to power. What did you talk about? Edgar did the talking, paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform, offered platitudes about the struggle, flaunted his pink degree, even quoted Mazov. Never trust a social democrat who quotes Mazov, he suddenly remembered. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought. So he let you be here? Let me be here? He looks around. The Tsar is an unlawful successor of the commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this. They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy? Mr. Dross, did you kill the Colonel Mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot? You know why I killed that fucker Droite? Shakes his head. As to Edgar, I'm not doing anything for that swine again. Again? What have you done for him before? Tried teaching him some Mazovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways. He coughs. Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them. But he's insinuating something. Man, this is a conversation. Insane. Want to ask about who you don't like. Can I stop failing literally every check in this game? I'm gonna scum this one. This is making me mad. This is like way too much. Like I failed like the last like 6 checks. Like it's really bad. Okay, here, let's do this. Oh, damn it. I just wish you could change clothes in conversation. Why? I have no back out. Is this game bugged? Is it bugged? What is this? I'm failing every check. It doesn't matter what percentage I'm at. I'm failing all of the checks. What is this? Just want to pass one to prove I can still do it. Jesus Christ. What's the deal between him and Edgar? Is this, like, actually, like, something that's going on in the game that I don't understand? Is there, like, actually, like, A, is it a bug, and B, is it, like, another one of those fake checks? Because they had the unpassable one earlier, but that's fine. That was obvious. I don't understand. Like, is there someone, like, is this a thing? Is the game bugged? What is this? I don't understand. It's 83%. I've done it, like, I'm gonna just, like, keep doing this now. Because, like, I'm actually getting mad because I've missed, like, numerous checks, gotten all my shit fucked up, and I'm wondering now if it's just, like, bugged. Okay, hang on. Is it bugged? Is the game... Is there something going on that I don't understand? Like, I don't get it. Whatever. Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Slap yourself in the head, jumpstart it. Wait, it was about him meeting Edgar and a deal. My God, we were on the edge in the very end. You can't even remember what you're trying to reconnect, can you? While the murder suspect stares at you with contempt. Something with the union boss. Punch yourself in the head. The kid watches you beat yourself in the head again, the second time in this interview. Yo, Kuno doesn't understand what's going on here. Get a hold of yourself, Detective Dick. Let's move on, okay? Get a hold of yourself. This is just one little thing. You still have everything else. Go on, finish the interrogation. By the cock parading in his colorful uniform, you mean Renee. Every fucking morning for 34 years, he grinds his teeth in rage, throwing that ball, one ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June. Royalists, fools, play like it was life itself. The clack. He makes the sound of balls connecting. Across the water each day, and that uniform, like a parrot's plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A tank maniac race traitor. Just nod. I remember him. He points to his black eye. I remember him from La Noche? Not him personally, his make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought I took them all out before the liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. With his shaky finger, he points to the city, toward the crater near the plaza where a lonely pine tree stands. That one. Fat and plump like a pheasant, just begging to be popped off. A grin stretches across his face and whispers, "Please, Mr. Drush, shoot me." You'd like me to kill him? The smile lingers. Not yet. I'd like to look at him, strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bonbon melt in my mouth. Sometimes Kuno likes to look at the baggie before he does it. Just look at that fat baggie. He is a juicy bonbon, that one, a real treat for the black day, the blackest. When I put the gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock Renee for the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel he lets out a wistful sigh. Better. I even hid one bullet so I'd always have one for him. The lines on his face straighten as he looks inland. Haven't seen him around lately, strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood. Hearing it may destabilize him. Are you sure you've gotten everything from him? Renee is dead. He died of old age a couple of days ago. No. Yes. The old communist looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking in disbelief. I waited too long. And now he's dead. If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands, his health ailing. You had 1,000 chances to kill him, and I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust. He reminded him of himself. The same hatred, the same... You'd think of something else, but no, it's just hatred. You cared about him? A little flash of anger. All human beings care about each other. I cared for seeing head explode. And now, goddamn this world. Are you okay, Mr. Dross, to go on? You think I haven't seen people die? It's all I've seen them do. Fuck and die. All the other plans we had, to love, to colonize the Pale, it's all fucked. He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him... Alright, I'm gonna save and then we're testing. Iosef Lilyanovich Dross, you're under arrest for the murder of Ellis Portinier. What? The old man's eyes fill with sudden, unexpected terror at the words. But you said I wouldn't be taken to this terror, the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. Your wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officer on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. He looks around confused. You will be provided legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand, sir? No, I don't want to. I have to stay here. He looks at the reeds, eyes full of terror. He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead. We don't need your permission, the kid turns to you. But we need to talk about that boat, though. How are we going to take him? Does the boat have room for 3? Yeah, no. He shakes his head. Only 2 are going to fit in that fucker. I guess you could take him back, but... He squints, realizing something. Wait, but then who watches over him while you're coming back? But then who watches over him there while I come back for you? He squints harder. Fuck. It's the 3 piggies and the boat problem. What is this farce? He looks around with some desperation. This is a fucking farce. I can't. Liliane, you could ask her. Maybe I can just ask that net picker woman to watch him? Watch this killer? The kid shakes his head and points. This fucking world, he stares at something. Who knows what? In the dust. This world, what is this? Below the confusion and rage, a bit of Jemai's vu like yours. The thought passes, more pressing matters take place. You could come back for me once you've taken him to the precinct. The kid looks at you blankly, then at the old man. You fucking with me? 'Cause I can take him. Yeah, actually, that will look bad. This fucking world, the man repeats. What are you talking about? Is this... His voice drowns out the sudden gush of wind. Us? Your skin is crawling suddenly. What's going on? What the fuck? What the fuck? The phasmid? Insulindian phasmid. A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb. To just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence. Blink. It's still there, an unfolding mechanism of reed-like chitin, hovering in place. What is that? Point to it. The old man looks at the reeds, then at you. What are you talking about? The giant stick insect. He looks confused. There's nothing there. The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks straight at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head. You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster to grab the gun. There is! I see it! Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds. Kuno, can you see it? Yeah, I can fucking see it. Thank God. If he can see it, then maybe you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender. What the fuck, man? Be very careful, the kid whispers, then takes a step toward the giant arthropod. What the hell is this? The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You. Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks. That's
the Insulindian phasmid.
He finishes your sentence in awe. Oh my God, Kim. had the camera. God, Kim had a camera, do you?
Yeah.
He
I
shakes
don't have a camera. That sucks about full though.
Bruno can't believe how bad he is without a camera. In this situation, the binocular would be superior in every way. Damn it. So wait, if we hadn't gotten Kim hurt? Fuck. Say something to it quietly. Something like... Don't be afraid. Nothing changes in the cylindrical praying motion of the creature's limbs. They are porcelain white on the inside and reed-colored on the out. Beige, light brown, and striped. You are unsure if it is scared or not. Its insect mind is impenetrable to your reason. Approach carefully. Why are we failing every check? You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, fading away across the... It's gone like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror. Fuck, where did it go? I don't understand. I had the pheromone. Yo, we just saw a giant fucking insect, okay? Focus on that, not some... He looks around. Where did it go? There was a pheromone, like an ox spray. I had it on me. I had it on, and I didn't... I had to have it on, and I didn't. The fuck pheromone? Man, this ain't about no pheromone. This is about the phasmid. Did you see the size of that? We fucking saw it, yo. That it was real. Where did it go? Look north. Can you see it? Between the reeds there, it doesn't look like being out in the open. Shifty fuck. I saw it slip there. It's gone now, but... Pants. Wow. How did it do that? Glide? Yeah, it walked on water like a water spider or like one of those water walkers. He's lost for words. His pants from excitement. This cop shit is insane. Who's gonna believe this? Everyone, yo. We gotta tell the world about this. Case solved. Insect found. We're fucking master detectives or some shit. We're good. What now? What now? The old man behind you says suddenly. He put his hand into the ash, dirty and black, in some kind of strange semi-catatonic state. Our suspect's not looking so good. We need to check on him. Also, man, points to the... It looks like the insect had some kind of nest there. Look. Like a horde or some shit. In the reeds where he's pointing, you see a flash of white, porcelain white. The helmet. Brother, you've managed to collect all the armor pieces. Too bad it's too late for the big showdown. Don't think this helmet would have helped me anyway. Look down at your wound. It would have looked very impressive, still. You found it all. Now your mortal coil is completely protected. You cops are this futuristic. At least now I am truly invincible. Let's wear it all. Yeah. Classier's passport. This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Elysium. Classier's hidden documents. Empty buoy. He said the false passport would be for Anouk Mer Schmidt. Look at the photo. It's Classier with short, black hair and glasses. She looks boyish, younger somehow. An old photo before life did what it does. What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest? Fuck if I know. Maybe it's collecting shit, like an octopus can get, like, curious? It says Katarzyne Alassier. Okay, so what? Luke Kuno in on this. Katarzyne Alassier was supposed to be her real name. Where's Classier? Where Classier comes, remember? God damn it. I told you she kept lying to you. She's probably lying to someone else right now in another city. She moves fast. She told me it was her real name, and it isn't this. She told me it was her real name, and it isn't this. It isn't even the name she said would be on here. Cool, got lied to, double lied to. I get it, you cops need the Kuno on stuff like this. No one lies to the Kuno. He nods with a stern, mysterious expression. What's her real name, then? Kuno's gonna say it's not any of the things you think it is. Kuno'd have to get deep into this shit, but whatever it is, you got played here, that's for sure. The girl on the passport looks at you with no answer. She is not Katarzyne Alassier, or Anouk Meyer Schmidt, or Classier. That much is passport. Respect the Phasmid. That was insane. What a crazy moment.
What is it? What do you want from me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now. Sir, how did you not see the Phasmid? See? He stares at the reeds and falls silent. Mr. Dross? The man does not respond. He keeps staring. Black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets, his gap-toothed mouth shaking with fear and longing. Snap your fingers under his nose. A white shiver passes him, followed by nothing. His hands are trembling and he breathes slowly. The boy waves his hand in front of the old man's face. The trembling mouth appears to sigh. There's no other response. Yeah, it's fried him. We gotta bring him to a doctor. Good news, this solves our boat and Piggy's problem. He's not going anywhere. He's trapped here. What happened to you, Mr. Dross? He's old and fried. Kuno's seen this. Like, after a massive bender. Kuno's dad. He stops mid. Old age and shock, yes. I mean, getting arrested as a fucking giant stick insect jumps up behind you. He shakes his head. That shit would break any man, even a Kuno man. I wonder, was it on the screen the whole time we were talking to him right there? I gotta go back and check the footage. That's crazy. We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Ross. He stares at the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should. Tap on the helmet on your head. Nothing, just dull staring, not even rage left wherever he is. The last embers have gone out. The war is over. I can't believe that helmet, man. I kicked it into the fucking ocean and it washed up here. Or do you think the Phasmid brought it here? Glenn's looking around. Show him the Orangese passport. No reaction. His breathing is slow and appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. Show him the detached scope. He turns his eyes to it. I lost. You lost it, Mr. Dross? He turns his eyes to the reeds again, and as he's done so many times, beige and white stripes. Hey, he waves his hand under his nose. You took the shot, bang, and got rid of the evidence. Bug brought it back. Sound about right? Silence, not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will get out of this poor being. I'm gonna let you rest now, Mr. Dross. The plastic cape flaps in his face, around his face, in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. Strength has all gone out of him. His frail bones and a sack of tracksuit trousers And a windbreaker. Hang tight. Yeah, old man, hang tight. He looks at you. Let's slowly start shuffling off Death Island, okay? We're about done here. Black Tower. The return. This has to be the end, right? These final moments have been really cool. I just don't know why I keep failing every skill check, or if these are all scripted and it's just fucking with me. I wish I kind of knew for certain. Because I'm like really close to passing these skill checks. I don't know why it's doing it. The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock. Let's return to the mainland. Oh yeah, he crosses his arms and nods self-satisfied smirk. We did good shit here, detective. The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in. The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, they're waiting for you. 2 men and a woman stand on the concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. Is calm. Reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Look what the tide brought in.
Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
I want to call you a teapot, but I'm honestly kind of impressed. No idea where you got all that gear, but there's no doubt in my mind that some bad people are looking for it. Also, you look like a fucking idiot.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen. Forget about all this. There's a giant...
We are not forgetting about anything. Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. The armor? No one else seems bothered by it.
Oh, really? They don't seem bothered by it? That's because you're a cop in an exoskeleton.
Yeah, I'm a cop in a goddamn exoskeleton.
Actually, are you? Are you still a cop? There's so much disco going on. It's hard to tell.
Vic, calm down.
You know, you still have my back, right?
We're all pigs here.
He nods to you, then straightens his back. Even though we're all pigs here, you and Kuno are more pigs than the rest of the pigs. He'll have your back only later. Who are you people?
Hello, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I believe we've met on several occasions.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean-Vic Mar, and this is your special task force, or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein, Patrol Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
We have come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Task force. Cool. I'm the Kuno. We just came from the fucking island.
Listen, Kuno.
The man assesses the kid like a strike team leader about to kick in a door.
Arya and I are old friends from way back. Mind letting us have a moment? Won't be long. I just need to talk to Arya about some of the things I think he's done wrong lately.
Good luck with that. Sounds like you're in some shit.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trant, I believe this is where you come in.
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of this shit now. What have you got to say for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid, what an interesting moniker. What's a shit kid? You, shit kid, that's you. Despite all that you've done, the deserter of the Phasma, the case. Despite all that I've done. No, because of all that you've done. How did you know I was here? The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went. I saved his establishment and he still betrays me? Strange, he didn't mention that. In fact, the establishment didn't look saved at all. There was a giant arrow graffito in front of the building. It was on fire. No, yeah, I lit it on fire. It was a poetic gesture. I knew it. Didn't I tell you, Trent? I told you it was our shit kid. The line is from Lou Mirova 82, isn't it? About girl-child communism and the titular returning character, the ghostly apparition of, he looks around and, noticing the impatience of his companions, stops himself. Good choice, Harry. Don't encourage him, Trent. Okay. You aren't the man with the sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde. Guilty as charged, he exchanges looks with the special consultant. I heard you had lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true. And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. And there's one less person for me and everyone else to rely on. He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was. Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you. I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to butter you up after you told us to fuck off. Actually, I suspected something was off. Did you? He adjusts his tie. Or did you literally not recognize my face? We've been partners for how long, Harry? Don't answer that. You don't remember. Judging by the familiarity you feel toward him, 2 years minimum? Or maybe a short but close stint on the task force? He's right. Don't start guessing. Now's not a good time. You, nod to the female officer. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you before. It's okay, she sighs. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. She gestures towards Victor. We're just worried. That's right, worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do, but stink. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working. So Trent Heidelstein turns out to be Special Consultant Trent Heidelstein. Yes, I'm Trent Heidelstein. I never said I wasn't Trent Heidelstein. What are you special consulting here? What indeed? He looks at the dilapidated shacks, then you. I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Honigstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory. He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on. Duped again. No one's who they say they are. Duped? Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a don't be a morbid drunk, and you won't be duped so easily. Gardener, scab leader, this, turn to Kuno. Tell me at least you who you said you were. Fuck pig, the boy looks slightly uncomfortable. The name's Kuno, not Kuno. It's lamer. My name's lamer than I said it was. He looks repentant. Try not to shit yourself, please. What the fuck? You mentioned a task force? Yeah, major crimes unit under Lieutenant Dubois and Vic Mayer. Ring any bells? Refresh my memory. Who else is in this unit? Refresh your memory. It's a goddamn major crimes unit. It's you, me, Jude, Grant fucking Hiddlestam, and William Bevy. He stares at you. I'm technically just a civilian advisor. Fuck you, you're part of this shit show. Yeah, first, who's William Bevy? Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. He's not smiling. William Bevy is a police officer, or a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good, then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too, good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here, and Trent, because I'm forcing him to stay. Okay, so what does this unit do? It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We're shit tier now, Harry, because of you. Where have you been all this time? Where have we been? We've been fucking off as far as I remember. He crosses his arms. You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. You're detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die. And you were probably right, too. I would never have let you abduct a kid and take him on a creepy boat trip in the middle of the fucking march. You talking about Kuno? He points to himself. Major Kuno wasn't abducted, you fucking fat dink. Fuck out of here. I said all those things? I'm not like that anymore. Yes, you're sorry. You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentant shit a million times over. None of this is ringing any bells. The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage, Trump. He turns to the blonde. Because you have brain damage. Trant turns to the blonde. This is where you come in. How bad is it? Well, he doesn't have visible tremors. He talks without slurring. He can drive a boat. He's standing, reasoning, all good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia, episodic and semantic, meaning you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, isola, pale, and so on. As displayed in the station call, our interactions with him, oh, they were on that radio way back when. And I don't want to be a snitch, he makes air quotes, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting. Interesting? Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, he turns to you. What do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not, socioeconomically? Wait, socioeconomically? You think I'm so poor I lost my memory? Not when you phrase it like that, but I don't think critical theory. I know everyone thinks this is far-fetched, pink academia, but still, I don't think it should be off the table here. What? He lost his memory because of capitalism? No, not like that. I'm not talking Redford School here, but Harry, I asked you, what do you think happened? Might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2-millimeter hole in the world. Corresponding to the 20-centimeter hole in your brain? Sure. This theory has great symmetry. I see how it folds into itself neatly. Precisely. Satellite Officer Vicmer, it's Martinez. Take this seriously. I suspected there might be something wrong with Martinez. Yes, anomaly. Look, I get it. In your delirium, you came up with an intropanetic explanation for why you're such an insane drunk. And I understand. I've been there. Perhaps it's not because he's a petulant teenager in a 40-year-old man's body. Perhaps it's pale-related. Perhaps it's extra-physical. Or perhaps it can be cured with mesmerism. But I think no, that's unlikely. He's probably just an asshole. A drunk asshole who pretends to have amnesia to get out of shit. But Detective Vicmer, he interjects, he has blanked out before. I have? Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders, she pauses, remembering. One after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural. So you don't remember, not remember. Beautiful. The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the New World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you. Interesting. So at first, he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea. Yes, practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak. What do you mean? Well, here's my theory. What if this is absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect. Look at the sensory input here. He gestures toward the scenery. Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape. To borrow a known metaphor, Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market, he nods confidently. He just needed for it to end. Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a Cretan now? I want to know that. He is not a Cretan. He is able to do work, if not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective. What now? Proceed. Now nothing. Now we're just going to stand here. Really? No, now we discuss that. He points to the water. What the fuck did you do to our motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry? This is so much. What the fuck is going on? I drove it into the ocean when I was drunk. So refreshing. He just admits it. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of everyone's payslip. It doesn't matter. He exhales to calm his breathing. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge. I've got my badge right here. Oh, okay. In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic and the badge slips out of your hand. Catch it. Well, we fail every check now because that's just what the code's doing, I guess. I don't know. The random number generator is fucking throwing out of bounds values or something. But that's just happening. You juggle the badge for a second unsuccessfully and it lands on the ground 2 meters away. Ouch. You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it. He found it. The patrol officer picks it up and gives it back to you. Slippery and cold. He found it, Gene. It's his badge. The man stares at you unimpressed. And your gun? As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements. What's with all these material objects? My gun is right here. Show him the... Oh. I want to do this. Gun, behold all my guns. If anything, I need more hands. Show him your 2 pistols and 2 rifles. He waves your arsenal away without looking. I don't care about your collection, you hoarding freak. Is one of them your service weapon? I only want to know about that one gun. Yeah, I got that. Show him the boring sidearm. Whoa, he has it. And he didn't drop it. He wipes his brow in mock relief. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Put that thing away before you kill someone. I didn't lose my gun. I have my gun. We're not talking about the fucking gun anymore. We're talking about the vaporized cloud of ethanol coming from your mouth. This is so unfair. He knows you have the gun and still he's punishing you. So it doesn't even matter that I found my gun? You were never supposed to lose it in the first place. Not lost is your gun's natural state, you drunk bum. I'm not drunk. So what? I've had a little drink. A little drink? You smell like a corpse. I'm downwind and I can barely breathe. He covers his nose. You smell like shit. You let a suspect escape, Harry. Classier something. Because you were too drunk to assess her flight risk. We've read the reports. Lieutenant Kitsuragi's. You know. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Oh, well, if she was nice, he rubs his face in frustration. I'm not even going to get into the other suspect, the one who shot herself in the head. Or the fact that you're Evrart Claire's little peon now, doing I don't know what for him. That's small-time stuff. That's nothing. That's humorous. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood. Lieutenant Kitsuragi is barely clinging to life in the hospital. Harry, it was a fucking mass murder. Yo, I'm gonna stop you right there, fuckface. It's Kuno time. That's it. The cavalry has arrived. I did everything I could. The company had hired unvetted... No, he stops you. You've explained enough, pig. Kuno takes care of this shit now. First of all, yo, those guys were all blanks. The guys in the armor, blanks. The Union guys, blanks. So yeah, he stares at Vicmare in the eye. Suck Kuno's dick. You don't know me. You don't know what happened here. You don't know this shit. Automatic fucking weapons, urban battleground shit, battle lines drawn in blood, blood meridian. You don't know this shit. Now, Kuno wasn't there, right? You're getting this? Kuno was breaking it up with Kuno's main bitch, C. Parting of the ways shit. But when Kuno got there, Pig had fucking cleaned up blood and ruin. Smoked all those dinky fuckers. Saved this shit. Martinez shit. I see he's mourning and shit. His main pig got semi-wasted. Sent to the boo-boo mobile. Kuno steps up. Kuno fucking fills those shoes. Big boy shoes. Detective Kuno. He comes to a sudden abrupt stop. Are you done? Yo, Kuno feels like you weren't really listening to Kuno. He drills his left temple with his index finger. You were hearing, but you weren't listening. Blankety blank, and the armor boys came to Martinet to fuck shit up. Hardy boys, or whatever the fuck they are, they were telling everyone and their mom how they wasted all those armor fucks. It was always going to go down like that. My pig stepped up, got fucked in the leg for it, sacrifice style. Not bad, Kuno. Could be a little shorter, though. Yes, I understand. He was in the fight. Second, you dinky fucking asshole. This pig right here, he points to you. This oink oink motherfucker solved that shit on Death Island. Case solved. Go home or fuck off. Look, point is, we solved the case. Yeah, some fucked up grandpa did it. Fucking grandpa in the woods or some shit. Old shit. Kuno doesn't know about that. Look, the real shit is here. It was a straggler from the revolution who stayed in hiding for 50 years. I found him. Yeah, straggler, sure. He nods to you, then turns to Vicmare. You getting this smart shit? The old fuck killed him. Confessed to it too. We got him snitching on himself, Popo style. A straggler from the revolution? He sounds incredulous. Yeah, fucko. He's on the island right now, in a coma or some shit. Oh, we were also gonna get the gun of the killer shit. You know what I mean? Like, now, let's get our big boy shit on. He may have committed other murders over the years. Yeah, smoked a ton of people, unsolved shit. He nods and crosses his arms regally. Now listen up, suit fuck. You're gonna shit yourself because it's gonna get wacko natural. Oh yeah, it's gonna get wacko natural, tell him. There's a fucking 4-ton mantis on the island. What? He scoffs, then turns to you. Sorry, kid, me and Harry need to. Yo, this is the biggest moment in history right now. You wanna fucking listen to what's coming out of Kuno's mouth? He points to his crooked scowl. We saw a giant insect, white as fuck, literally the Insulindian phasmid or some shit. Praying mantis style. It was 3 meters tall. And this pig right here, he points his finger to you. His hand is shaking with rage and excitement. This fucking old popo discovered it. Me and the pig bacon discovered a new species. It was beautiful. It was... He pauses, out of breath, then continues. You ain't seen this kind of animal before. Fucking miracle shit. He gulps, overcome with awe. This case, this fucking grandpa shit, this ugly shit, it's nothing. We saw a ghost, a real-life ghost. Like, he fucking proved ghosts are real. It's that big, Popo. It's fucking... His eyes are welling up now. Why are you not fucking shitting yourselves? What's wrong? He glares at the officers standing silently in the rain. The water is coming down hard, washing the concrete. Did he just say Insulindian phasmid? I don't know, I zoned out. Harry, he turns to you. Did you just pick up some island bum and pin it on him? You aren't fucking listening. The bum is nothing. This is science history here. It was the Insulindian phasmid. It's connected to this shit. He turns to you. Tell him. There was an Insulindian phasmid, and it may be connected to the case. Maybe let's say that it's not. There was an Insulindian... Well, it had stolen all the passports and stuff. I think that's irrelevant. There was an Insulindian phasmid, but it's not connected to the case. Lieutenant, please, you have to have more than some mantis. The straggler, stick to that. You said you solved the murder. It's not going well. Present something now. Something sane and clear. Make your case. No, there was a giant insect, and they have to understand that. You will find proof. Don't give up. The killer, Lilianovich Dross. We have a strong motive for him. Lilianovich, the special consultant, raises an eyebrow. A revolutionary matronym. A revolutionary matronym? The custom started in Grad, where they had patronyms. Kravsovich, Larsovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms derived from the mother's name instead. This would be Lillian's son, Lilianovich. He turns to Vigmar. The custom was overturned after the revolutions failed, but not before making it to Revachol. He thinks this detail bolsters your straggler theory. It is what the soldier of the ICM would be called. Okay, Trent, thank you. I get it. Harry, he looks at you sternly. No more giant insects. You said you have a motive. This narrow-minded pig, he mumbles, drilling his temples with his index fingers. I can't fucking bring him to heel. Get the kid in line. You could use his help here. Kuno, keep your head in the game. Alright, yeah, he bites his lip. Kuno's in it. He understands you have to nail this. He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. I feel like he probably did do. Jealousy. He's what, 80? 90? Didn't you say he's been hiding since the revolution? Yeah, Suit, check this shit out. The merc was banging some chick he wanted to bang. So he shot him. Chick's called Glossier. Glossier, as in the suspect he let escape from Kitsuragi's report. Fucking snitch Binoclard. He collects himself. Yeah, that chick. Get over it, pig. He didn't do it. It was Grandpa on the island. Merc was fucking her and he couldn't hack it. Kuno can hack it. He also had political reasons. Yeah, politics shit. My pig also connected, like, the weapon to him. He looks to you. He's a trained sniper. The weapon he used, the ballistics match. Okay, he rubs his temples. And he'll confess? For the prosecution, too? The state he's in now, I don't know. But we got a confession. He confessed to us. A detective and a civilian? Jean and the gun? He has it. Okay, we'll see about it when we get to the coast. When we get Coast Guard on the island. This left a mark. They can't deny it, son. You got the bastard. This is good. They can't deny it. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk. A missing person I found. Yes, fallen through a gap in the boardwalk, drunk. How did you know I found him? The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of the funeral arrangements and family stuff. You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us. Still, she says quietly, good work with the missing person, detective. I also looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. He shrugs. I don't know what a doomed commercial area is. The curse turned out to be possibly intraphonetical, part of my larger investigation into Martinez itself. No, it didn't. It didn't turn out to be intraphonetical again. Enough with the 2mm holes and the giant bugs. This isn't a Paradox B. We're a police force. What were you even doing in the commercial area? Your job was to solve a murder, not Martinez. The pig helps people, okay? He's a fucking handy helper. He does that shit. He finds insects and solves side shit. It's his style. Side style. Gene, it is his style. It's definitely your style to solve side shit. It may only be a small thing, but I found a man's jacket. You're right, it is a small thing. He looks around. Does anyone care about a jacket? No one? See? No one cares. I confiscated drugs from Kuno's dad. Yeah, he really fucked the Kuno on that, the kid says with a respectful glance. But that's old shit. Kuno's now. Pig's just being a good pig. That's cool to Kuno. Great, thanks. He turns to you. You snorted the drugs. I know you did. Fuck it. It's alright. I mean, honestly, anything but the drink. You have to believe me. There was a giant phasmid on the island. No, I don't have to believe you about a zoological discovery. That is not a must. And even if you did, you're a cop. Who cares? You know, Harry, if I may interrupt again, it would help if you had evidence, any proof, and I'd play ball here. The PR potential would be quite something for the RCM. Suit, we have a shitload of proof. Spin it on them, pig. They're not going to consider more than one piece of evidence. Choose wisely. Put the best proof forward, as solid as you've got. It had gathered items in its nest, a helmet, a scope, and a passport. Some kind of, what were they called? A bower? Yes. Things collected for a mating display. This would indicate a male, but I don't know of insects displaying bowery behavior. Shit was there. Display the shit, pig. The shit, it's the proof. This was there. Point your head. It's a helmet from the victim. Nothing about this even remotely proves the existence of a giant insect. Here's my theory, Harry. You experienced a delirium hallucination. It's typical of cognitive damage. From years of chronic alcoholism, you started seeing shit in the reeds and convinced this poor kid of it too. Poor kid? Fuck you, blank. Kuno's loaded. The boy clenches his bony fist so hard his knuckles turn white. Can't believe you're not believing me. maybe it's true? No, it's not true. It was there. It was real. You remember every detail of its sounds, its movements, its presence. No, I know what I saw. It was real. Bugs everywhere, plants turning into bugs. It's a typical hallucination. Every drunk past the age of 40 has seen it. You're right about that. Fucking Kuno doesn't have a photo camera because Kuno is fucking poor, okay? That sucks about the Kuno. So Kuno didn't take a fucking photo. And Kuno didn't paint a fucking picture. He points to his skull. But it's in my head, in here. Kuno's eyes took the picture. It's right fucking here. I can't believe you're not getting this. He grinds his teeth. Kuno, please. If it's on the island, then we will see it again. Then it will be seen again. Calm down. It will never be seen again. It wasn't seen for 100 years. Fuck Kuno. And let's all pretend it was no miracle. We don't need a giant insect. Everything is so good without this fuckhole. He looks around. The sheer willpower in him must be making some dent in their incredulity. Some part of them must be thinking, if he's that certain, and they are not. Come on. Fuck it. I believe him. She looks at Vic Mare and shrugs. I knew it. The bitch sees it. Bitches are fucking smart. But you dicks are dumb as fuck. It's real, I told you. Move on, don't gloat. I also started a nightclub in the church. What was that? What was that? He cups his ear, the wind blows. It sounded like you set up a nightclub in the church. Yeah, I reinvigorated the local nightlife. That's great. Nightclub owner is a great new career because you're done as a police officer. Get off the church shit. It's making you sound crazy. So what do you say? Want to take this hot shit back? Point to yourself. No. There's silence. Sure, you got the case together. You can do police work in bouts. That's not a surprise to me. Even the insect, I don't care. But you're an alcoholic, and you've been drinking. Again, I won't let my life unravel because of... He has... That's true. There's an enormous sadness in that admission. It's tough, one of the toughest addictions to overcome, comparable only to heavy synthetic opiates. Even morphine is easier to kick than alcohol. Statistically. The odds are against him, especially at his age. He nods. He's too old. He's been like this for too long. I've seen him try too many times. I've tried many times. It's a farce by now. They're leaving. They're all turning away from you. No, you can stop. Just wade through the hell. Month after month, year after year. You against the nothingness. It's possible because time is possible. If you declare your life forfeit, if you declare yourself a doomed man does not need comfort from anything. He can go on without drink or help, like a clockwork. For the world. For the planetary proletariat. Compared to the intersection in front of Video Rebishal 24, it's nothing. Compared to that, everything is possible. My life is forfeit. All I'm good for is this work. I will quit. Listen to this shit, man. He throws up his hands. Detective, she looks at Vic Mare. I just don't want this trial to go on any longer. It's cold outside, and let's just go. Fucking Harry. Fuck you for bringing this kid with you. It's only because he's defending you. It's the only reason you're not staying here to die. It's more than that. He just can't. One final time. You manipulative son of a bitch. He shakes his head and sniffles. It is cold, and we should have vehicles in the square. The perp needs to be taken into custody. Let's get a move on. Now you will finally get to know who you are. Wait, I have a few questions before we go about who I am. The man looks westward impatiently, jingling his car keys in his pocket. Who am I? Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. What? Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. He looks around. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe... That does explain a lot. No, Pig, that explains everything. The boy looks at you. The running, the jumping, the guns on your arms. Your black mustache. How I can run for 6 hours a day. Your lame-ass pants before. Like this. Fucking retro shit that's going on. Who knows seen all this before in gym class? How you spin kick the kipped guy, gymnast style, the raw, robust stamina output. Also this guy. Just everything about this guy. Oh god, contact Mike. You've been on about Mike again? The detective shakes his head. I hate that guy. When was this? When was I a gym teacher? In your late 20s or late in your 20s or late 20s, you've really let yourself go since over. You said Coron. I was a gym teacher there. Yes, you've taught gym in Coron. I believe that's the term. Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher. The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Why did I join the RCM then? The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that. You every morning waking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She leaving the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope. Contact Mike is a reprise of the most inspiring basic sporting principle of open competition. At 5,000 to 1, rank outsider. Oh, you don't say. He arches an eyebrow. Does he also vaults an impassable gulf of finance and privilege? It is getting cold out. She looks around at the dilapidated fishing village. Okay, I see now. Kuno fucking knew there had to be something wrong if you could run like that. Why am I like this? It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you're a drunk. You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage. Some chick, who? Dora something. Dora Ingerland, he thinks? Yeah, you mentioned her name. Not Dora Dubois? Wait, Dora Ingerland. Something like that. Half Boston. And we weren't even married. No one is married anymore. This is Revachol. When was this? God, I don't know, he thinks. 6 years ago? He was way before my time, though. Way before my time. 6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you? Six years? Yeah, or 7? You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Ingerland really tore you a new one. A big one. Who was she? Incredibly bangable? Huh? She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Waifish. Like a Welkin, basically. Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin. I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from. Look, she turns to face the sea. The sun is about to go down. It's time to go home. I think she taught in the Academy des Arts. East of the river, way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit, not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? Pauses to think. A forensic psychiatrist. Go talk to that. In other words, he's heard enough about this. Okay, am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre? No. No, because the suspect seemed to think you're too unstable to work for a mob boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you. I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit. He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad. Precinct 41, what kind of station is it? Us, we're the bloody murder station. Haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us. What? Bitches dream of the 41st. Why do you think Kuno's in this shit? Word is, it's fucking violent. Your Captain Price dusted like 1,000 people. Thank you, Kuno, he says with an amused half smile. You're being kind. It's an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to... He tilts his head northward and clicks his tongue. Get back to it. We left Torson and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good. Torson and McLean? Mac the Torso Torson and Chester McLean, she arches an eyebrow. They're not fit to run a wing, believe me. Things are shaky as it is. They are damn iconic, though, Torson and McLean. An iconic duo, I take it? Yeah, not like us, two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We're garbage. And the Sea Wing is... God, he sighs. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake. There's also a lot of outside help involved. Not only me, he smiles, other losers too. He's anything but a loser, although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way. This is so much, man. The script in this game is insane. Like, holy shit. And Price is... Ptolemy Price, he's the son of Old Price, of the Old Price, one of the founders of the RCM. Yeah, that shit is fucking famous on Channel 8. Kuno hears this shit. Somewhere under the curved roof of the former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May. Did we recently shoot up a church by any chance? Point to the church. So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press. Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear. What happened? Why did we need to go there? Our enemies were hiding in a church. To the best of our information, that's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up. So I work in the bloody murder station. Okay, it's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner. A lot of good people work there, hard, every day. Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Revachol. Faubourg technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us. Kuno's liking this shit. Jamrock is the real shit. Martinez is fucking white as balls. Ski shit. This ain't a real ghetto. Thank you, Kuno. You bring light to my day. The Phasmid. I need to tell Lena about this ASAP. Who is Lena? She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock, remember? A cryptozoologist, she lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about this Phasmid. Tabernacle? It's on the way over, near where you live, on Perdition. She looks at Vicmere. Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway. He is going to be over the moon. It will be good to deliver some good news to someone for a change. Kuno, what will you do now? What do you think? Gonna rock that law enforcement shit with you guys, Detective Kuno. He chews on a piece of imaginary chewing gum, like you promised. Like you promised? Guys, Kuno's enrolling in the junior officer program. No, he's not. What is he? 10, 11? Kuno's fucking 19. You have to be 15 for the junior officer program. You're not even that. Hey, Blank, you don't get it. Kuno's got pig all over him. Kuno smells of bacon grease. Been seen with you. Been fucking informant shit. You think no one sees this? He spreads his arms. They're gonna hang me by the nuts if you leave me here. You want that on you? A dead kid? He narrows his eyes. Or you want Kuno at your station solving shit, like we just did. His hands are shaking and his face is white. He's genuinely scared of being left behind. It's not the locals he's worried about, but an 11-year-old girl. He was good on the island. He can do this. I don't care. He can't be a cop. He's just a kid who says blank every 4 seconds. I won't say it. I won't say it anymore. His teeth are clenched and his throat moves in a gulping motion. Maybe you can take the kid with you, the special consultant says, looking at the boy, and roll him a year earlier and say he's 14. If he... I promise I won't say it. He shakes his head so hard his face turns red. I won't say it anymore. I won't say any of it anymore. For God's sake, she sighs. Yes, we'll do it. Another sigh of surrender. Oh, hey, I got an achievement. Junior Officer Material. Recruit Detective Kuno de Ruther. Sweet. I'm ready. And... Good. She looks at you, then Vicmare. Fuck it. Let's go. The man points down the street. Trent brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock. The Great District hums in the falling rain. A chessboard of wooden houses, 80,000 living souls, fire traps as far as the eye can see. Main Street, the Grand Horon, from Precinct 41 to Boogie Street, forking in the rain-swept horizon. Close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by the factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber. In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. Time. Orson? Yes. Plain? Yes. Hiddlestam? No. Vicmare? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in the office and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood, Gottlieb returns to the list. Minot, of course. Oh shit, big end button. Wonderful, the woman looks north. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now? We did it. We fucking did it. They had Amber over there. That's the one. The chaplain that they're missing. Or she's like part-time. That's the Divinity guys. Oh wow, that's crazy. I wonder what input they had. Divinity was cool. Yeah, usually I sit here and kind of give final impressions in credits of the games I beat, but this has just been an extremely long. Pretty sure this was like, pretty sure I just did like over 5 hours, maybe a lot. I'll just be really. Yeah, this was really cool. I'm really glad that I played this on stream, and you know, voice acted it essentially, read all the dialogue, similar to what I did with Pathologic. That makes it's really fun to do that for games that don't have a lot of voice acting, like this, minimal Pathologic, where. But yeah, I don't know how many other games like that there'll be that I'll do, but we'll see. I don't have plans for future Twitch streaming in the super near future. Right now, I'm playing like Death Stranding outside of this, but I'm not going to stream that, and haven't been, because PS4 streaming dicey, especially with HD vision. Just doesn't look very good, and I don't like doing it. It's just not the kind of game I want to stream either. So yeah, final thoughts of Disco Elysium. I think it's really good. I think that the writing and storytelling is obviously the big thing that it's leaning on, but it's like phenomenal. Like what they. I just noticed this title screen is looking like from the island, like the back of the church, and like the statue, and that looks like where my cursor is, like where the inn, where the Whirling in Rags is. Here's the apartments. That's really cool, actually. That's awesome. Yeah, I think they do a fucking lot with a little. I think the playable area is very small, and they make it densely packed as hell. If anything, my only complaint is just that the game is too dense, which I don't know if that's a good complaint or like even like, I don't know. I think it's a valid one, but I think I made it worse on myself by Twitch streaming it and trying to read everything pretty much. I mean, there was some stuff I skipped through, but for the most part, I kind of read all of the dialogue out of like a pretty, at least a fair, what I feel is a fairly complete playthrough of the game. Even though I'm sure there's plenty of alternate paths and whatnot, I can't imagine writing all of the dialogue for the game. But yeah, I think the world building and like is just like top notch in this game, and I think like the themes are really powerful. Like the game is able to just sort of effortlessly weave between just like absurdist comedy and like self-aware humor into like just really deep emotional moments. I think some of the stuff with like the man abandoned on the island at the end, and Harry talking to his wife, not his wife, his I guess his ex-girlfriend who left him, and just like I'm trying to think other moments. Oh, when you informed the woman that her husband died on the pier. Just a lot of those things are like really powerful when the game wants to really like hit you. Like it can really have like one line of like dialogue choice be like an emotional gut punch. It's really good at that. Like a very empathetic game. Like as much as it's like, you know, dealing with like pretty awful characters, like awful people a lot of the time, and like people who've made horrible mistakes and fuck-ups, and nobody in this game is like pure, but like it has like a deep empathy for a lot of the characters, and it really shows in the writing. I think it's really strong. It's wordy as all hell and it takes forever, but it does so much in just a dialogue-driven RPG that it's like really impressive. I mean, just having all of your skills the different elements of Harry's mind that are all arguing with each other and how they can lie or make suggestions that aren't good is like, yeah, that's really clever. I don't know what happened near the end of the game where I was failing every skill check. I hope that wasn't a bug, but I do like the fact that the game can, no matter what, locking yourself out of progression. It's just about how the story progresses. And in that sense, I think it's really good. I liked the reveal of who the killer was, too. I thought it had a lot of emotional weight, and it tied into the world building of the game. So it felt like... It feels like everything is cohesive in that game. Even when it didn't... Even when it felt like a lot of stuff was like this disparate shit early on, where you're like, okay, this guy's just here for world building. They managed to really tie everything together in some meaningful way. There's very few characters in the game that are just completely like isolated out on their have nothing. Main crux of the world. And yeah, it just increasingly I really appreciate a small scale RPG. If anything, that's kind of where my criticism comes in, is like it was done super well, and I personally I still think it's too long. I think that probably took me about 40 hours to play this game. And I think it really... I was hoping it would be more brief. I was seeing where some people were beating it in 20, but, you know, maybe I'm just too much of a completionist. But the fact that they wrote all that shit for me to be able to go back to the same characters again and again and keep talking to them and have new interactions with them is really good. And it's what I want to see in more RPGs. Between this and it's a random example, but like last year, like Vampire, the vampire RPG, that wasn't the best game, but I really liked how small scale it was for an RPG and how it was about like a little district in London, the way this is. And I wanted to like the Outer Worlds earlier this year for that same reason, but it didn't deliver in the right way for me. But yeah, this was good. This is definitely the best RPG I've played this year. Not that there's a ton of choices in that regard, but it's really quite something. But yeah, definitely one of the better games I played this year. Just long-winded, but I didn't do myself any favors by trying to read it all out loud and trying to beat it so damn fast. I probably plowed through this game in a week, I think. Something like that. And I took a little break there for Christmas, but basically a week. But yeah, that's basically it. As far as next games that I'm going to stream, no plans yet. I know I will be streaming Resident Evil 3 when that comes out, for sure, because I did RE2 earlier this year. But that shouldn't be until, I'm thinking that won't happen until April, I think is when that comes out, which turnaround time on that, amazing. I mean, everybody saw it coming. Everybody was immediately like, they can remake RE3. And they did it in like basically a year flat, I guess. I don't know how they did that so fast. They must have started it before RE2 even shipped. But I'll be back with that in April. Otherwise, before then, I'm not so sure if there's anything that makes sense. I don't really regularly update this channel, but I just like to stream when something comes across my plate that I think would be more fun to stream. Stuff like this, or like Life is Strange, is like that for me. Resident Evil, I just feel that way because horror is always good for that. So if I dip into any horror, I might do that. There hasn't really been a lot in that regard this year, except for Resident Evil 2. But I want to get into Facade at some point. I might stream that sometime. That's still early access, but I've heard good things about how scary it is. And yeah, we'll see. I'll come up with some stuff for the first quarter of the year, probably, before RE3. I don't want to wait that long to stream something else. But, you know, maybe I'll do some of the Pathologic 2 DLC, and if they ever put out that Bachelor story, I'll definitely do that, so. we'll see what comes up. But this will be me signing off for probably a couple, unfortunately. But you know, out here with a big one with Disco Elysium. It was fun. It was good. Thank you all so much. Now, gotta sign off. It's been like 6 hours. This has been Disco Elysium. This is my Let's Play. See you in 2020. Happy New Year.